I've requested all the participants to please wait for 15-20 minutes. Our Vice Chancellor is joining soon. I've requested all the participants to please wait for 15-20 minutes. Our Vice Chancellor is joining soon. I'm
Welcome to the Central University of Haryana, one of the youngest central universities established by the Act of Parliament in 2009. Entering into the 11th year of its establishment, the university has earned the reputation of an emerging academic force in National Capital Region. Continuously expanding the academic horizon, the university now offers 61 academic programs in 34 departments organized into 11 schools. We have been accredited with A grade by NAC. The 488-acre lush green campus in the lap of majestic Aravali Hills is home to about 2,700 students and about 200 highly qualified world-class faculty. We have representations from almost all the states of India amongst the student and the faculty. The university motto is Vidyadhanam Sarvdhan Pradhanam, meaning knowledge is dearest of all treasures. The university has been lucky to have visionaries like Professor Moolchand Sharma, Major General Ranjit Singh, and Professor Ramesh Chand Kohad as its first three Vice Chancellors. The university campus shifted its temporary campus at Government College Narnaul to the main campus at Jantpali Mahendragarh in 2013. Our university has grown from strength to strength in terms of number of courses offered, faculty, and students enrolled in various courses since our inception. The current trend and the emphasis is on skill-based courses so that students become future entrepreneurs is one of the priority areas of this university. The university is running 3 vocational courses under Deen Dayal Upadhyay Kaushal Kendra for realizing the Skill India mission of Government of India and thus enabling people from nearby villages to learn profitable entrepreneurship. Swami Dayanand Saraswati Chair has been established. Its main objective is to propagate Swami Dayanand Saraswati's vision for social reform and impeccable character. In this information technology age, every citizen needs to be digitally literate. All our students are exposed to new technology by way of smart classrooms, fully Wi-Fi campus with internet availability 24 by 7 at 1 Gbps speed, both in classrooms and the hostels. Our library is providing a rich collection of digital content such as e-books, research journals, magazines, reports, encyclopedia, reference books, theses and dissertations, etc. The library is fully automated. All its holding is available at click of mouse. All special lectures are telecasted live on university website for benefit of everyone. The Fit India program of Government of India has been implemented in the university. The students and the faculty are encouraged to take part in morning and evening yoga classes. The students actively participate in various sports activities. Cycling and walking to work is encouraged. Healthy and nutritious food is served in hostels. Well-stocked gyms are available for girls and boys separately. The infrastructure complements the environment of fruitful learning and teaching. We have approximately 500 acres of campus. 80% of this area is lush green. The concepts of green building are followed in construction. Environment-friendly buildings are energy efficient and aesthetic. We are keen to protect trees, vegetation, and bird habitats in our campus. The university is having its own nursery in the campus. Water harvesting facilities there, and artificial lakes are created to develop natural ambience to attract the birds. Other infrastructural facilities include 100 kilowatt solar power plant, sewage treatment plant, 3 electrical substations, banking facility, post office, shopping complex, transport facility, residential complex, separate girls and boys hostels, university guest house, and university health center. 3 new academic blocks and 1 administrative block has been constructed in the university recently, also a helipad for VVIP visits. All the classrooms and faculty rooms are air conditioned for comfortable learning. Seminar halls are available on every floor for special lectures. The university sincerely aspires to be a center of excellence in cutting edge research. All schools have multidisciplinary approach with focus on applied part of learning. The university is encouraging the students to take up research projects regarding the local flora and fauna. We are keen to solve the problems due to stubble burning in the national capital region. The largest proportion of Indian population is employed in agricultural sector. We are determined to pursue the research aligned to the local problems and issues so as to increase the profits in farming and thereby having an everlasting impact on the quality of life of this region. We have started a tradition of inviting local farmers and entrepreneurs in all our special lectures and conferences so that scientists and farmers can collectively discuss the issues bothering them. Central University of Haryana is established with also a far-sighted vision of developing this area. The university has adopted 10 villages in the vicinity under the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan of Government of India. The university fraternity keeps on organizing various awareness activities for the upliftment of local natives such as Swachh Bharat, blood donation camps, science exhibitions, etc. This university is running a school named Abhilasha in the campus for educating the children of the laborers working in the university infrastructure constructions. A new tradition has been started by this university to grant degrees in convocation in traditional Indian attires, a deviation from colonial past. The students of the university organize various cultural activities, festivals under the guidance of experienced faculty members. Central University of Haryana represents a mini India. As the students from all over India are studying here, unity in diversity is reflected in CUH. The students from different states celebrate their festivals in the hostels and campus. Everyone actively participates in such celebrations. These celebrations, whereas widen the students' exposure, also increase the cultural harmony among all. The most beautiful part of this campus for the students and parents is to look forward to is the serene atmosphere, natural beauty of the campus, bird sanctuary-like feeling, everlasting view of mountains, best air quality index in the NCR, secure environment, unity in diversity, and teachers on a mission to make you the brightest of the all. Jai Hind.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Live streaming is on.
बाहर जाके लिंक ज्वाइन कर क्योंकि नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट्स कम है। पहले रजिस्टर ज्वाइन कर दो। जिस जितनी का जैसे ही लिंक क्रोम पे डालोगे ना हो जाएगा। ज्वाइन कर दो 15 भेज रखा है बेटा ना होगा। जितनी का बाहर जाके सेम कमरे में। Good morning, sir. With your permission, I want to start the session for the day. VC sir. VC sir. Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Sir, can we start the program? VC sir.
मैं फोन करता हूँ, 1 मिनट होल्ड करो, वीडियो ऑफ करो, मैं फोन करता हूँ।
Is on.
एक मिनट बाद शुरू कर देना, 60 सेकंड बाद शुरू कर देना, ठीक है? अच्छा।
Good morning, everyone. I would like to seek the permission of our Vice Chancellor, Professor R.C. Kuhar. Sir, can we start the program?
हेलो आनंद सर, दिव्या मैम की आवाज नहीं आ रही है। दिव्या मैम को छोड़ के सबकी आवाज आ रही है।
Sir, can we start the program? Am I audible to everyone? Am I audible to everyone now?
यस दिव्या मैडम, यस मैडम, गो अहेड, सर से बात हो गई।
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to start the webinar with the quotes of Dalai Lama. You may not always be able to avoid difficult
दिव्या मैम,
situations.
प्लीज यूज योर हेडफोन और अनम्यूट योर माइक। मैम आवाज नहीं आ रही आपके हमारे पास। बीसी रेजिडेंस।
Okay.
Hello, Divya, you are not audible. Please use headphone or any other audible device.
Now it is audible. Now it is audible. IT cell, now am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are audible.
यस, यू आर ऑडिबल।
Good morning, everyone. I would like to start the webinar with the quotes of Dalai Lama. You may not be able to avoid difficult situations, but you can modify the extent to which you can suffer by how you choose to respond to the situation. A very good morning to everyone. Respected worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor R.C. Kuhar, Central University of Haryana, Professor Ranveer Singh, Swami Dayanand Chair Professor, Professor Rajesh Malik, Proctor of the Central University of Haryana, Deans, faculty members of Central University of Haryana, and other university viewers on the YouTube live stream. A very good morning to everyone. Respected worthy other University of Haryana, Professor Swami Dayanand Chair Professor, Professor Rajesh Malik, Proctor of the Central University of Haryana, Deans, faculty members of Central University of Haryana, and other university viewers on the YouTube live stream. I would like to welcome Professor All Rama from I, Dr. Divya, welcomes you all in the 3-day international webinar on capacity building for managers in post-pandemic scenario starting from 13th June 2020, that is today, to 15th June 2020. To start our event with calm mind and environment, I would like to request Professor Ranveer Singh, Swami Dayanand Chair Professor, to recite Swachh Vachan. Professor Ranveer Singh.
सर्वेभ्यो नमो नमः। अधुना 2020तमे ईस्वीये संवत्सरे समस्ते संसारे विश्वस्मिन् विश्वे कोविड-19 विषाणु वायरस इति व्याप्तो वर्तते। भूमण्डलस्य सर्वे मानवाः अस्य भयेन भयंकर रूपेण संत्रस्ताः। अस्मिन् अवसरे सर्वशक्तिमतः परमात्मनः स्तुतिम् अस्य विशिष्टस्य महत्वशालिनः वेबनारस्य प्रारम्भे समीचीना समुपयुक्ता च वर्तते। सर्वे सहभागिनः परमपिता परमात्मनः स्तुतिं मानसिक रूपेण करिष्यन्ति। अहं वेदमन्त्रेभ्यः स्वस्ति पाठं शान्तिवचनं च करोमि। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्। ॐ विश्वानि देव सवितर्दुरितानि परासुव यद्भद्रं तन्न आसुव। ॐ स्वस्ति नः पथ्यासु धन्वसु स्वस्त्यप्सु वृजने स्वर्वति स्वस्ति नः पुत्रकृथेषु योनिषु स्वस्तिराये मरुतो दधातन। ॐ आनो भद्राः क्रतवो यन्तु विश्वतो अदब्धासो अपरितास उद्भिदः देवानो यथा सदमिद्वृधे आसन्न प्रायुवो रक्षितारो दिवे दिवे। ॐ भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवा भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैस्तुष्टुवांसस्तनूभिर्व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत्। ॐ द्यौ शान्तिरन्तरिक्षं शान्तिः पृथिवी शान्तिरापः शान्तिरोषधयः शान्तिः वनस्पतयः शान्तिर्विश्वे देवाः शान्तिर्ब्रह्म शान्ति सर्वं शान्तिः शान्तिरेव शान्ति सामा शान्तिरेधि। ॐ शान्तिः शान्तिः शान्तिः। ॐ
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for reciting Swachh Vachan. It will surely bring positivity in the starting of the webinar. Thank you so much. Now, I request Dr. Anand to please read the introduction part of the webinar.
Thank you. Respected Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramesh Chandra Kuhad, Deans of various schools, respected international delegates from USA and France in this morning session, various delegates from industries such as Deloitte, ICICI Bank, Infosys, and many more, our students, our faculty colleagues from various universities, it is a matter of great privilege for me to introduce this 3-day international webinar on capacity building for managers in post-pandemic scenario. Why we decided to go for this international webinar? In fact, on 15th, when our classes were suspended, students were sent home, and on 22nd, when the national level lockdown and national Janta curfew was called, Honorable Vice Chancellor took a meeting of all the faculty colleagues, heads and administrative staff. And he said, our first priority is to reach out to the students, to reach out to the society, to reach out to those people who depend upon us. We are academia. People look to us, society look to us. We should take some steps so that during this pandemic time, during this crisis time, when there is huge confusion, huge crisis, there is a sense of fear among people. We should take small steps how we can reach to the society. And I am pleased to share that our university was one of those university who took all the courses online, and we tried to reach to the students maximum. Although despite some technical problems of IT connectivity and all which prevalence all over the country, we tried our best. Then our university leadership guided us that we should try to reach to the industry also, because being a faculty of management, commerce, economics, we should try to understand what are the new normals in industry, how industries are changing. We should have a connection. So keeping that background in mind, we decided to go for this webinar. In this webinar, we mainly focus on capacity building, because there is a huge mismatch of what industry require, what we deliver in educational institutions. And that is why India and even other countries as well, they suffer skill gap. In order to fill this skill gap, we need to take some steps. Already there was a skill gap, and now after this crisis, we suppose that this skill gap will be more. In order to fill this skill gap, we have invited people from industry. We discuss with them, and during this webinar, you will find people from different industries. They will talk. In the first session, you will see that people from world's most coveted companies are there in their panel discussion. Certainly, they will give a light how this crisis time can be converted into opportunities. Our young grooming students, our young leaders, as well as our young industry executives, for which certainly we are liable for, they are our stakeholders. We decided that we should have this webinar. This is a 3-day webinar. This is primarily hosted on this jitsi.org platform. In this platform, we have kept only speakers because of the, sometimes there is a problem of when there are more people on the platform in webinar meeting, there are some disturbances. That is why we have kept this meeting live on Facebook pages of our university, as well as different other Facebook pages, as well as our official YouTube channel, through which right now directly many students from our university, other universities, faculty colleagues, industry executives, they are watching us and they are giving their views also. And we will certainly note down their views. We are taking their questions. We will be taking their questions into different seminars, webinar sessions, and we will take those questions to the experts who are speaking. Now, I don't want to take much time, and first of all, rather I should have apologized. Now I apologize for delay of around 20 minutes. And this technical glitch delay, we will ensure that in next session it should not happen, and we will ensure that our senior faculty from different parts of the world, such as in this morning session, I can see Professor Wolfgang from PEC, Paris. He is there, and other colleagues are shortly joining from USA. So we will not bother them much with delay of time. So now, without taking much time, I thank you all for joining us. I thank our worthy Vice Chancellor and senior faculty members from various parts of the world, Singapore, USA, UK, France, Oman, as well as various industry leaders, those who have accepted our invitation to be part of this webinar. So without taking much time, I request our Dr. Dean School of Law, Professor Rajesh Malik ji, to introduce our worthy Vice Chancellor, sir. And after that, we will have the inaugural address by our worthy Vice Chancellor, sir. Professor Rajesh Malik ji.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Anand,
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
are you able to hear me?
Yes,
I
yes,
think
sir.
there was required a ceremony of the Kulgeet. Are they ready for that? Or I should start with the introduction?
Sir, we are trying. We are trying. By the time it is ready, after inaugural address, we will do it, sir.
Okay, first of all, good morning to you all. Specifically, Dr. Anand, who has been given me the responsibility to introduce our Vice Chancellor. Though introducing someone, I think it is very, very easy work. But in this case, it was very difficult for me to introduce our Vice Chancellor for the one simple reason. The time given is 5 minutes to introduce Vice Chancellor, sir, and the volume of work performed by our Honorable Vice Chancellor is that much large that it was very difficult for me to reduce it to the extent that I am able to complete the introduction within the span of 5 minutes, and this task became very, very difficult for me. But from the beginning itself, I would apologize that in case I am not able to tell you the achievement of our Vice Chancellor due to the shortage of the time, please forgive me. But definitely, you know, when we have the volume of the work and it is required to be reduced within a short span of time, then only our skill and our managers specifically involved that how much we are able to include during that very short span of the time. So in this regard, respected Honorable Vice Chancellor, other dignitaries from other countries and our countries, all the organizers, my colleagues, friends, and dear students. I am just giving a brief introduction about our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor R.C. Kuhad. When we talk about his qualification, Professor R.C. Kuhad is MSc, MPhil, PhD in microbiology and has been working as Vice Chancellor at Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh. He is also the chairman of Indian Academy of Microbiological Sciences and has served as member University Grants Commission and joint director of Institute of Lifelong Learning, University of Delhi. He has been felicitated as Fellow of Academy of Microbiological Sciences, Fellow of National Academy of Sciences, India, Fellow of Biotech Research Society, and Fellow of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. Now, when we talk about his research area, his major research area is secondary agriculture, that is plant byproduct, biotechnology comprising of wood, degrading enzymes production, and their application in biobleaching, biowriting, de-inking, and production of animal feed and bioethanol. He has developed an eco-friendly process for bleaching of paper pulp using silence and leakage enzymes, and improved process for bioconversion of wheat straw into nutritionally enriched and digestible animal feed. Following solid state fungal fermentation, and an innovative process for the production of bioethanol. Please forgive me, specifically my colleague from science background. Sometime I was not able to pronounce the exact work performed by our vice chancellor. For the simple reason, I am not a student of law. I'm not student of the science. I'm a student of law. Further, he has completed more than 18 projects, 100 from DBT, DST, UGC, CSIR, MOF, and MNRE. He has 4 patents to his credit on different areas of lignocellulose. Biotechnology has authorized in more than 200 publications and also edited 4 books. That is having the citation of Google Scholar 10,450, H index 58, I-10 index 132, Scopus citation 6143, H index 44, and I-10 index 93. Recently, he has served as a member of the University Grants Commission, chairperson and members of various UGC committee, and also a member of Executive Council and governing body of UGC, NEC, and various colleges and the universities. Moreover, he is a member expert of Animal Task Forces, Bio Remediation Technology of Department of Biotechnology, Government of India, and Steering Committee for the Center of Excellence Program of Ministry of Environment and Forest, Government of India, at CMDE, University of Delhi. Professor Quad has been the president of Association of Microbiologists of India. In 2011, he is associate editor of Annals of Microbiology, editor of Scientific Reports, Nature Publishing Group, Journal of Sustainable Energy, and Indian Journal of Microbiology. He has also served as a guest editor of special issue for biodegradation and 3 biotech journals. Besides, he is reviewer for various international journals. Professor Kuhad is a recipient of the prestigious AMI Lifetime Achievement Award 2019, Professor G.S. Rangaswamy Memorial Award 2017 from Association of Microbiologists of India, Dr. G.B. Manjrekar Award 2014, AMI Platinum Jubilee Lifetime Achievement Award 2013, AMI Titan Biotech Award 2011, Short Term Biotechnology Overseas Research Associateship Award 2002-2003, AMI Olympic Award 1999, Biotechnology Long Term Overseas Research Associateship Award 1995-96, UNIDO ICGEB Fellowship 1994, Commonwealth Scholarship for Postdoctoral Research 1985-1986, along with several other academic achievements. Dear friends, Professor Kuhad has contributed in the development of model curriculum for UGC in accordance with the choice-based credit system for more than 100 undergraduate courses and drafting UGC Regulation 2018 on minimum qualifications for appointment of teachers and other academic staff in universities and colleges and measures for maintenance in higher education. My dear friends, I am working with Professor Asif Ward for the last 2 years. I would like to tell you, during these 2 years, whatever work he has done, that has not been mentioned by me in this brief introduction for the one simple reason that since I was the witness to that work, but in that definitely I would like to inform you that in this time of the pandemic, Professor R.C. Kuhad was given the responsibility to chart out the plan for whole of the nation regarding the conduct of the examination, regarding the admission from the next academic session, that is 2020-21. And I would like to inform you that under his leadership, such guidelines have been framed that we did not get any sort of displeasure throughout this country. This is a great achievement You all know that he has to take into consideration the resources available with various institutions, strength, geographical location, and many factors. I would like to narrate you that he is such a personality who used to take decision in a very democratic manner by discussing all the stakeholders. I have seen him in the last 2-3 months during this specifically period of pandemic that he is working from morning to night without bothering about his health. Dear friends, his contribution in the higher education, as I told you in the beginning itself, it cannot be narrated within 5 minutes or so. But definitely, it is a matter of pleasure for us that he is our Vice Chancellor and contributing a lot for the development of the higher education in our country. And personally, we all, my colleagues from Central University of Haryana, he really had got the privilege to work with him. And definitely, we pray to God that his blessings, his association, his encouragement will be with us throughout our life. With that, I would like to pay my hearty thanks to the organizers that they have given me this responsibility to share few words about our Honorable Vice Chancellor, who is really a dynamic leader and having great achievement in this academic field. I pray to God that he continue with the same temperament to serve this nation, and I'm sure that under his dynamic leadership, our university will touch the height of the center of excellence, not only in our country, even in the world. Thank you very much, Dr. Anand, for providing the opportunity, and thanks a lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Rajesh Malik ji, for the introduction of our worthy Vice Chancellor. Sorry for the technical delay. Am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Sorry for the technical delay. Thank you, Rajesh Malik sir, for the introduction of our worthy Vice Chancellor sir. And now I would like the IT section to play the Kulgeet, as our Vice Chancellor has desired to play the Kulgeet, and it is very close to her heart. So IT section, please play our Kulgeet. IT section, please play Kulgeet. IT section, please play Kulgeet.
तकनीकों में हुए समाहित, तकनीकों में हुए समाहित। सनमा साधि मम गमरे सनि सनि। संस्कारों की शक्ति को जब लिया है युवा ने पहचान, हम सब बने राष्ट्र के रक्षक। आओ कर नव भारत निर्माण, कई भारत निर्माण। कला योग विज्ञान विधि का विश्वविद्यालय देता ज्ञान, तन मन और जीवन स्वच्छता का देता है यह शुभ वरदान। जन्म लेकर जिस धरा पर शौर्य कर्म शेष बलिदान, अपनी मेहनत से माटी को सोना कर दे जहाँ किसान। ने करा हरियाणा पर स्थापित अपना महान। शिक्षा और स्वावलंबन आओ ऐसे कुल को करे प्रणाम, ऐसे कुल को करे प्रणाम, ऐसे कुल को करे प्रणाम।
Thank you, IT section. Thank you, IT section, for playing Kulgeet. Now, I would like to request our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Ajsi Kuhat, for the inaugural address. Vice Chancellor, sir, please, I invite you for the inaugural address. Now, I would like to request our worthy Vice Chancellor for the inaugural address. Vice Chancellor, sir, please,
Respected
for the
Professor
inaugural address.
Wolfgang Ammann from Paris, Professor Lee Chu Kiao from Singapore, Professor S.L. Gupta from Muscat, Professor B.K. Nagla, eminent sociologist, Professor Rajesh Malik Proctor, Central University of Haryana, Professor Ranbir Singh, Chair Professor, Dr. Anand Sharma, Head of the Department Management Studies, Central University of Haryana, his all colleagues and delegates, rather they are speakers from different industries, Mr. Vishal Sharma, Mr. Karan Sharma, Mr. Dipanshu Suhag, Mr. Paris Agarwal, Ms. Namita Mahajan, Mr. Alok Saini, Mr. Amit Goyal, Mr. Ravi Yadav, Dr. Neeraj Mishra from Oman, Dr. Jaid, Professor Rajneesh Mahajan from MIT University, Mr. Praveen, who is a public speaker and also lawyer, faculty members from Central University of Haryana, graduate students, and participants from other parts of this country or outside country. I welcome you all to this webinar, which has been organized by Department of Management Study, Central University of Haryana. I feel my privilege to be associated with this seminar, and I'm grateful to the organizers that they have given me an opportunity to participate in today's program. Dear friends, as we know that coronavirus, as we have been hearing, that started spreading maybe sometimes in October 2019, and that has moved to almost the whole world. In our country also, we got some cases in the month of
February or so, and our government started taking precautions. And because of that, even the educational institutions were closed in mid of March. The COVID-19 pandemic has not only affected the educational institutions, running of educational programs, but has also affected various industrial sectors like travel and tourism, locomotive, railway, textile, chemical and fertilizer, steel, cement, pharmaceutical, etc. We can very well say that it has affected directly or indirectly not only the industrial workers or the industrial managers, but has also affected the common man. Moreover, it has affected or might affect, say, our economy as well. It's very important to mention that our government has played a significant role under these conditions in dealing with the problems of common citizens, our industrial workers, by announcing various economic packages to support various sectors like small-scale industries and startups, small businesses. We know that there are limitations of the government, but in spite of that, I think every day the government is having a concern about our public, our all sectors which are contributing to the development of, say, economy or maintaining the economy. That way, I would say that it's a timely thought that under such situations, when we are not able to meet each other, we are not able to interact with each other, Department of Management Studies has decided to organize a webinar on capacity building for managers post-pandemic scenario for 3 days. And I'm sorry, in between now I could see our Honorable Professor DPS Verma. I welcome you, sir. And this shows that such a senior person had joined the webinar organized by this university. Then certainly there might be 100 more senior professors might have joined this webinar, and that's a real pleasure for me to see that. As a result of the lockdown led by the outbreak of COVID-19, more than 3 lakhs citizens of our country have been affected. Business leaders have been challenged to respond to the crisis quickly while realigning their workforce strategies in real time. The pandemic has changed the concept of how people used to work, virtualizing work, collaborating from anywhere across the globe, and creating a virtual culture is all for business and other leaders. Because in such situations, we have to find out the alternative. We have to make use of the opportunities, and we need to develop the strategies. Because work is becoming more unstructured as employees increasingly demand flexibility in how, when, and where they work. Therefore, the manager have to see that how you can make use of your workers, because there are 2 ways. because I think the centuries have been facing these kind of problems, and I would like to cite, say, Einstein. And during that period also, there was a pandemic, and people started working from home. So he asked that whether you are working from home or we are working at home. So both are important. Both are important. One should work from home and one should work at home as well. So I think this is the very nice time, because when this is a disaster, when we are considering it, a problem, say, in front of us, then I think we should work from home and we should work at home. And that I think people have been experiencing. At the same time, because customer expectations are also growing and technology is accelerating the pace of business. Now, we see, because whenever there is development, the new technologies comes, always we have, say, fear. There are lots of apprehension. But when we move with that, after a certain period of time, when we start accepting the development, the technological developments, and then we realize, because when we face some problem, and now, say, you can think of that sitting at home, you can order any sort of, say, stuff, and you can get it at home. But we need to really organize it. This all need to build and develop the capacity of human resource, not only at individual level, but at organizational level. And I'm sure you will certainly be discussing all these, because the topic of the webinar which you have selected as capacity building, which is the process by which individuals and organizations obtain, improve, and retain the skills, knowledge, and other resources needed to be more competent. Dear friends, every leader will accept that investment in capacity building and development makes a meaningful difference to organizations. As organizations have unique needs, so tailored approaches to capacity building tend to be more effective. While no single approach can fit to all solutions, but there can be some commonalities to capacity building, and that can be shared. And I'm sure you have gathered over here in order to share all those kind of, say, the methodology. Now the question comes, why capacity building is important? To my mind, capacity building is the most invaluable infrastructure that is invisible and often overlooked. It enables the organizations and even their leaders to develop competencies and skills that can make them more effective, competitive, and sustainable. Dear friends, conducting periodic self-assessment is one way to learn which core capacity areas require more attention. You know very well that what is the effect of COVID-19. And you can visualize, when one can visualize the situation, then certainly, I think today the experts with the vision, experts with knowledge are sitting over here participating in this seminar. Certainly, I think what I can visualize, they will be able to visualize much more, keeping in mind the all aspects of our economy development as well, our business development, how our industries could be say, dealt with so that they are least affected. I think I think it's really, really very, very important. But while we have been discussing about the sustaining of, say, our industry, we need to keep it in mind that because of this COVID-19, when industries are affected, they should find out the way that our workers who are already working should not be affected. And even more than that, I think the managers should think that how we can bring out the problem of employment as well, how we can help in hiring the people even under such conditions. I think that will be, if you could manage that, if you could give a solution that, if you could find a solution to that, I think that will be a great contribution. That under this COVID-19, the lockdown period, how you can manage to hire the people. Of course, I would like to say here that even the purchasing habits are changing of the people. And you can have a sort of survey, and that survey can help you in capacity building. Because whenever we have a survey about the public opinion, public behavior, public response, public acceptability, I think those kind of the statistical data always help the managers to organize themselves. Then I think you can build capacity in a better way. This way, I think I won't like to go much into detail of that because the program also started a bit late. In between also there were technical problems. But I would like to throw one idea, because I could see the management experts, I could see the experts from the industries. I think so far, this is the first time that I see that academia and industrialists, they are on one platform. That's through online. I think this is a wonderful opportunity, and that's why, to my mind, I don't know how far it is a good idea, but I think this is for the industries. I think 9 or 12 persons who are from the different industries. I think why the managers, why the agriculture sector. I would like to emphasize that why the manager can't think of starting the agriculture as an. Why I'm saying that? Because if you start agriculture as industry and build capacity to run agriculture, agro-based industries, that's to in villages. Please, you just note it down and think of it. And I can further discuss on that. Dear friends, I'm repeating, if you can think of starting agriculture as industry and build capacity to run agriculture, agro-based industry, that's in villages, I can assure you, I'm of firm belief that villagers will support the industrialist businessmen even in the worst conditions. There have been examples. Any turmoil in the economy, when it has come in the 1995 or so, there was throughout the world, but Indians remain unaffected. And the sole reason was that our system of retaining money. Therefore, I think when you are thinking about the capacity building, you should think about the capacity building in the agriculture sector as well. And certainly we can overcome if we really build this sector. I think we need not to worry about such kind of, say, the disaster. And certainly we need to think very seriously that now this biological disaster has occurred. We may face such biological disaster in the time to come. Therefore, we need to be ready, and we should find out the process or the mechanism in order to sustain our industry, sustain our economy. I think this is the right time to discuss all these aspects, and certainly I think the managers and the academics are sitting there, they will certainly talk about it, because I truly believe because all say people or all managers of the industries are now we have been talking about the sustainability. I always say that village ecosystem is the best example of the sustainability. Village ecosystem is the best example of sustainability. And the idea which I have given, if you think over that, apply that, you will certainly remember me that I say my idea is worth mine. Because no other system, according to me, no other system is sustainable except the village ecosystem. And we need to study that village ecosystem, and that can help in solving the such problems. I am very much happy to be associated with this program, and I could see the success. I'm really satisfied that there will be an outcome, and outcome will be very useful. And certainly we can say send the recommendations to the ministry or even to the Niti Aayog. I once again welcome all the senior professors, Professor D.P.S. Sharma, Professor Gondoff, D.Chu, S.L. Gupta, Professor Malik, Professor Ranjit, and the speakers from the industries and from outside, say, our own country, and all research students, those who have been participating. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable thoughts. Indeed, we are always blessed to hear your wisdom. Let it be any topic, whether it is a science topic, social science topic, or any other topic. Your wisdom is always above what others think. So, on my personal behalf, I thank you for your blessings, and a formal vote of thanks will be offered by Professor Sanjay Kumar, and after the that's guest of honor speaks. Now, I feel privileged in inviting Professor Wolfgang Amman from HEC Paris. First of all, let me thank you, Professor Wolfgang, for accepting our invitation at a short notice. Rather, I should say that within 3 days of our invitation, you said yes to our invitation. Thank you so much. So let me give you some brief about Professor Wolfgang, who is currently serving as Professor of Strategy and Leadership, as well as the Academic Director of Degree, Open Enrollment and Custom Programs of HEC Paris in Qatar. He is also director of HEC Paris Center for Humanistic Educative Education Research. He graduated from the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland with a doctorate degree in international strategy. He is a master of faculty development programs, and these faculty development programs are being discussed at highest level of management institutions such as Harvard Institute of Management, then IESCs, IFPs, IMDs, and so forth. Apart from an active top management consultant, Professor Wolfgang has been designing and delivering executive education seminars, and he has been a consultant to senior leaders for various international organizations for more than 20 years. Professor Aman has 45 plus books to his credit. I repeat, 45 plus books which he has authored related to the executives and other executive education. So before HEC, he was executive director of Gothe Business School. He has been dean of Complexity Management Academy. He has been director of full-time as well as part-time program family at the University of Gallen and foundation project leader. He received several research, teaching, and impact awards along with honorary professorships. Most notably, he received High Best CEMS Course Award. CEMS is a global association of management institutions from where he is associated. So today, Professor Wolfgang Amann will be talking about the learning style versatility as the next main learning goal. I repeat, learning style versatility as the main learning goal. I welcome and thank you, Professor Wolfgang. Now I request you to switch on your audio and video and please deliver your that expert lecture. Professor Wolfgang Amann. Professor Wolfgang Amann. Professor Wolfgang Amann. I think I have got a message from him that I am online for last 90 minutes. So, but we can see him that he is logged in. हाँ जी, अरे किया उसका WhatsApp उल्टा हाँ अरे दिया WhatsApp पे फोन किया ओपी तो आ रही है हाँ जी Welcome, Professor Wolfgang. Sorry for the delay. Actually, our Vice Chancellor was having some crucial commitments, so we apologize. And now I hand over the mic to you for your deliberations, please.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good morning to everyone. And I hope you can hear me and see me clearly. It's a pleasure to join you today. Thank you for having me. Thank you for your kind attention. And if that's okay with you, I would briefly also share my screen to share some slides and some thoughts in the following on what kind of capacity building we could do after COVID-19. And we don't have that much time together. So I thought I focus my contribution to one key thought that I would like to share with you. It has something to do with specific learning skills. So if it's okay with you, let me take you on a brief journey of discovery on capacity building for managers post-pandemic scenario. And I would like to emphasize the importance of learning style versatility as the next main learning goal. And over the next few minutes, let me share why I think this is important or how these thoughts came about. A brief personal introduction, you just heard my introduction, but there's a bit more to that. My name and my accent might give it away. I'm originally from Germany, and how have the Germans learned for centuries, for millennia? Here you see two fellas that even dress like that today. Don't worry, not all Germans dress like that today. But even today, the apprentices in certain professions, they go on a tour wandering. They go wandering around, visiting the masters in their field to learn from them. And I've done the same being in executive education for more than 20 years. I've been wandering, I've been touring, I've been visiting a number of places, taking seminars, studying, spending time interviewing faculty members at a number of places from the US to China, from Africa to India, of course, Russia, Europe. And I learned that basically a lot of capacity building, management, learning still focuses very much on the hard skills, marketing, strategy, finance, operations. Too little is done in the field of soft skills, and instead of the hard, something that has to do with the heart, the good management practices. So a lot still lags behind when it comes to capacity building, even at top institutions around the world. And I thought here we need to take the analysis further because the world is changing. The world is a very different one. Let me put it in a very, very illustrative, simple way. I think the world can either be simple, complicated, or complex, as you see here. And let's review these three scenarios for a moment based on, what's the role of the guidelines and checklists we can give to managers and students? What is the role of expertise and experts? And what is the role of success and how repeatable is it in our today's world? In a simple world, and may I liken it to baking a cake, success and its repeatability, we can ensure it. If you have the recipe once identified, we can recreate success. If there are checklists, fine, that helps us. And experts and expertise are not really needed in a simple simple world. If the world becomes a bit more complicated, then of course we need the checklists. If you want to send a man or a woman to the moon, outer space, we need detailed checklists and guidelines, standards. The role of experts is enormous, simply because we really need to have trained specific expertise and experts in place. And we still see rockets exploding when we put them into outer space. Even more recently, Elon Musk, when he tried to put some sample rockets into space, had not always a guaranteed outcome. So if the world gets complicated, we need the experts, we need the guidelines, we need the checklists, and success is far from being certain. Now, I think we live in a very complex world where actually having guidelines and checklists might well be counterproductive. That also prescribes that experts and expertise may not be as useful anymore. They might only be effective if paired and in tandem with fast learning. And success is actually hardly the case anymore. And I just wanted to add 2 examples. I'm not sure how many people in the audience today have children, have more than 1 children. But here you can download any kind of guideline from the internet or do what has been done for decades, generations. Today's world is very different. And if you have multiple children, if something worked for child number 1, child number 2 and child number 3 might be very, very different. So raising a child is something complex. And the other fella you see here on the picture, I hope that you see my slides, is the former CEO of a major bank. And although he had all the consultants available, internal consultants, external consultants, in 12 years of his being in power, he achieved 0 of his goals because the banking sector has been extremely turbulent. So where am I getting at? I want to make a case that fast learning is basically core to future capacity building in the post-COVID period. Now, I'm not the only one that argues this way. We have the colleagues from the World Economic Forum arguing, here you see it on the left, that stable jobs are a thing of the past. Less than half of the jobs will be stable even within 2 years. And on the right side, you see here that the expected average reskilling that we need from 2 years ago versus in 2 years, we also see that the experts from the World Economic Forum predict that the clear majority of jobs need reskilling, noteworthy reskilling. And in that sense, this leads us to the need to focus on learning skills. In a different way of portraying this insight, there is a analysis that looked into what was relevant in 2018 versus 2022 and what is declining in 2022. And while 2 years ago, maybe analytical skills, complex problem solving, critical thinking and whatnot were highly relevant, in 2020, which is the time that we need to prepare now, we need truly better analytical skills and active and learning techniques and learning strategies. So that's my contribution for today, that we revisit learning as such. Now, learning has been around in many cultures, in many fields. And you see here on the left that the classic ways to learn includes 4 ways, based on whether somebody likes a concrete experience, whether somebody likes very abstract theories, whether somebody likes very active experimentations or is rather more the reflective person. We can differentiate 4 types of learners, no matter where they're from and no matter what the field is that they study. The reflector likes to have a concrete experience. They would like to think about it. A theorist is perfectly happy if they read the latest management journal article or gets a theory in an executive education seminar in a class or gets an update in a newsletter. The pragmatist wants to learn by doing. They want to experience it themselves. And the activists equally, they focus on the very concrete experience more so than a pragmatist. The pragmatist doesn't want to go through the entire experience, but just wants to be told, these are the 3 things I need in order to have success. And basically, we often start in our lives being one of these 4 types of learners. And on the right side, you see here a profile, a typical profile that we can measure with free tools online. To what extent do we show activist, reflector, theorist, or pragmatist learning behavior? And is this very low, moderate, strong, or very strong? And most of us have one strength. We either are very pragmatist, we're either very strong on the reflection. We have a preferred way. We deem it more effective to learn in a certain way. However, the argument I want to make today is that this will not suffice in a complex world. So let me also clarify that if we have primarily an Indian audience today, this is not a new insight. If you look into the doshas, the biological energies in human bodies and mind, we have in Ayurveda a long tradition of acknowledging this difference of learning styles as well, with maybe vatas displaying more creativity and flexibility, pittas adding sharp minds, laser sharp focuses, and kaphas taking more time initially, being more reflective, while then possibly retaining better. So we have an acknowledgement of different types of learners throughout the world, especially in Ayurveda. But let me clarify what I want to share with you today with the following question. Which of the following 3 learners is best prepared for a complex world? Is it learner A that you see here at the bottom? Learner A has one preference. Say he or she is an activist. But also there are limitations. That learner only learns in one way, by doing. However, if you go into the field, into the management practices, you cannot always do first and pay for the learning, or ask the organizers, the employers, to pay for that learning. There must be more ways to learn for the real life. Now, learner B has 2 preferences. He or she is a reflector, so very strong on the reflection and very strong on pragmatism. And in turn, learner C, that you see here at the top, is very strong when it comes to being a pragmatist, a theorist, learning from the theories, from the articles, from the newsletters that we share, from the sessions that we might attend, and the reflection that we then carry out on them. So I guess we would all agree that the best person for a COVID-19 pandemic phase that goes beyond what we have now, the acute phase, and things go back to the normal levels. Learner C that you see here on top is probably the most suitable for a post-pandemic scenario. Why? Because no matter what the task is or the mode, he or she can learn most flexibly, be it with shared reflections from bosses, from colleagues, be it with some theories that emerge on platform technologies, digitization, or be it from very pragmatic behavior. So it is this versatility that we want to foster, be it in education, be it in actual HR selection and promotions, because the learning versatility with multiple modes of learning will help us capture the opportunities, adapt to the new normal, create the new normal most easily. So can this learning style versatility perspective that I just outlined also be linked to another debate we probably need to intensify in society? I think this is the case. And I have measured male versus female students and graduates when it comes to learning style versatility. And guess what my results are? And this is, in line with general statistical data analysis, multivariate analysis. Women are more versatile learners than men. And when we talk about capacity building in the post-COVID crisis phase, then probably we need to look into the gender debate as well, because we have for the first time data that say women are more versatile learners, and in order to capture new opportunities, to cope with the new normal, this learning versatility is highly critical in order to ensure success. And here you just see the faces that we might have in the gender debate in the early 70s. We have first acknowledgements of diversity issues. In the 80s, we identified some barriers when it comes to gender equality. In the 90s, we rendered our view on gender equality more sophisticated. In the years of the 2000s, we focused on diversity in the debate. But maybe it's time in the post-COVID-19 phase to focus on learning superiority. And there is a gender bias as well, a positive gender bias towards women. So when it comes to capturing opportunities in capacity building in post-COVID times, learning superiority is absolutely key. It's a new perspective that can help us advance the debates, also when it comes to gender, but in general, when it comes to capacity building. A few messages just to make sure that we are all on the same side. If we have in the audience today chief learning officers, the message for chief learning officers and HR directors, learning officers, learning and development managers are: explore more innovative assessments and selection opportunities. Focus when it comes to recruitment and promotions on those that show a higher learning versatility. If you are an instructor, a professor, a teacher, facilitator, trainer, coach, there is this thing where unanimously we call for much more active learning. It needs to be simulation, cases, videos, rah-rah, and we should overcome our one-directional way of lecturing in order to be more modern. However, as we've seen just a few minutes ago, we have 4 types of learners, and only one of them is the activist learner. So when there's a general established train of thought, we always lecture, or we want to always move towards more modern ways of teaching, we got to be careful, because we have in our classes more than one type of learners. We need to tailor to all of them, and not one way or one size fits all. Also, if we have in our audience today other school directors, deans, program directors, let me share that we need to emphasize much more than knowledge. We need to emphasize much more than the knowing level of learning, the doing level of learning where we practice. And we need to emphasize much more what we can be from an ethics point of view and what we can become when it comes to our learning abilities. Finally, if we have amongst our audience today students, graduates, and practicing managers and leaders, the final message I have for this segment amongst you is the following. You probably have the most to give to society. You have the most to give to your employers and to your teammates, subordinates, and colleagues when you hone your learning versatility, simply because then it will be the easiest for you to cope with the adversity and the challenges that arise in the post-COVID times, and all of the opportunities can be captured more easily. I thank you for your kind attention. In order to stay on track, to stay in my time limits given to me, I wanted to share one thought today, and that is one on becoming better learners in order to have the readiness in times in order to cope with the challenges ahead. May I hand back over to the organizers? for further thought and reflections.
Thank you, Professor Wolfgang. It was wonderful listening you, and thank you for sticking to the exact timing given to you. Sorry for keeping you waiting for last 90 or 100 minutes, but your presentation is wonderful, and definitely I would like to inform you that uh, maybe on this platform we are logged in 30 to 40 people who are expert or part of organizers or eminent scholars, but definitely more than 500 participants are watching online on YouTube as well as on Facebook. And I'm sure that we will be getting a number of questions from our participants on YouTube and Facebook. Definitely, we will keep a record of all the questions, queries, and we will bother you to reply or resolve their queries if any. Thank you so much for such an insightful deliberation related to the versatility, what we can have, the learnings, the skills, and how we can rescale and all. So as we are running short of time, so definitely now I request the Professor Sanjeev Kumar, who will be giving a detailed vote of thanks to all the speakers, including our Vice Chancellor as well as Professor Wolfgang and other dignitaries. Now over to Professor Sanjeev Kumar for formal vote of thanks.
ठीक है दिव्या को बोलूं
Professor Sanjeev is online. Professor Sanjeev is there. I request Dr. Anand Sharma. Please, please thank Dr. Wolfgang to join the webinar.
Okay.
Dr. Anand Sharma, please.
Yes, please.
Give a vote of thanks to Dr.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Divya. I think Dr. Sanjeev is not able to contact us. So it is a very difficult task to present vote of thanks for such an important event, where such an academicians, experts from industry are present. First of all, I thank Professor Wolfgang Amann from HEC Paris. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time and accepting our invitation to share your thoughts. Your thoughts are, which you presented today just now, are really wonderful. So these are very, very useful, very useful for our budding mentors who will join our poets. Thank you, sir. We are thankful to other experts. I would like to name you. Professor Lee Chu Kong, NTU, Singapore, Mr. Vishal Sharma, Manager, Deloitte, Mr. Karan Sharma, MasterCard, USA, Mr. Dimash, P2P Lending, Funding Society, Singapore, Mr. Chakwa, USA, Mr. Amit Partner, patent, Mr. Amit Goyal, CEO, KNAM Marketing, Mr. Ravi Yadav, consultant, Infosys USA, Professor L. Gupta, Dean, Walid College of Applied Studies, Muscat, Oman, Mr. Neeraj Mishra, Mr. Jai from Muscat, Oman, from the same institution, and many senior faculty colleagues and industry experts who have agreed to be part of this international webinar and share their valuable thoughts with the business fair so that our young students, they can learn how to cope up this crisis situation. Thank you very much. We are thankful to the Professor DPS Verma, Professor Ranveer Singh ji, Professor Rajesh Malik ji, and other senior professors and deans, which I cannot see because they have muted their videos. Our faculty members, faculty colleagues from other universities, University of Kashmir, Central University of Rajasthan, IP University, Delhi, Delhi University, University of Calcutta, and some others. I cannot take name of all the universities. Those who have become part of our webinar, thank you very much for making this event a success, because by joining from different parts, different areas, certainly your collective wisdom will provide us a, you can say, a shared vision, a collective wisdom, which certainly can be helpful for the budding managers. We are thankful for administration, Central University of Haryana, first of all, for Worthy Vice Chancellor, sir. As I told you, he always guides us and support us to take up any academic assignment which is in the interest of university students and society at large. We are thankful to our dean, our registrar, who heads the administrative staff, who have given us full support for this event. We are very much thankful to Professor Ranveer Singh ji, who has given us Swasti Vachan. India is a country who always believe in Sarve Bhavantu Sukhine, Sarve Santu Niramya, Sarve Bhadrani Paschantu, Ma Kaschit Dukh Bhagvet. Meaning thereby, we always pray that everybody should be happy. We do not believe that our country should prosper, my university should prosper, my company should prosper. So, आपने सर जो स्वस्ति वाचन के माध्यम से जो पॉजिटिव थॉट्स दी हैं, उसके लिए हम आपके शुक्रगुजार हैं, प्रोफेसर रणबीर सिंह जी. We are thankful to our team, Dr. Divya, coordinator of this webinar. She has been working hard with all the faculty colleagues, Dr. Sunita, Dr. Ajay Pal Sharma, Dr. Ajay Kumar, with our young and bright students and scholars. We are thankful to the faculty members from other departments who have supported us, and we are sure by the end of this 3-day webinar, we will come out with a collective wisdom, which we will share with a larger world. And this larger world will certainly have benefit in how to cope up with these situations. So with this, I thank you all for being part of this 3-day event. And I'm sure I will be, Dr. Divya will be sharing the detailed schedule, and you will see many more good things are going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for a vote of thanks to the inaugural session. So now we are going to start our sessions of the webinar. webinar, and we are going to start with the plenary session. So the plenary session is hosted by Mr. Parish Agarwal, Senior Manager Strategy, Microsoft USA, and the number of panel and member of panel discussions are Mr. Dipanshu Suhag, Senior Director, Product Funding Societies, Singapore, Mr. Vishal Sharma, Manager, Deloitte USA, Mr. Karan Sharma, Director of Product Management, Mastercards USA, and the lady representative of the plenary session, Ms. Namita Mahajan, Founder Partner, Patent Cards. So now I'm handing over the session to Parish.
Hi, thank you, Divya. First, just wanted to check, can everyone hear me fine?
Parish? Yeah.
Can someone confirm if you can hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. And also, I just wanted to...
Yes, your audio and video is okay.
Super. I also wanted to just, if my panelists can also acknowledge if you guys can maybe just say if you're present, Karan.
Yeah.
Dipanshu. Dipanshu, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Namita.
Yeah,
Vishal.
I can hear you.
Loud and clear, Parish.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Great then. So let's get started. First of all, thanks a lot for this opportunity, respected professors and Professor Divya. I think it's always wonderful to kind of speak to students and faculty members, respected faculty members. I think the topic today is pretty interesting, and I mean, just to kind of put forth the theme of today. 7.7 million infected people and 427,000 deaths at the last count, and we're still counting. By the way, this is not the most not the most deadliest of pandemics. I mean, in 1918 we had 1/3 of the population that was infected, and 50 million people were killed by Spanish flu. So what's so unique about this? It's spread in 196 countries, has pushed the entire globe into a lockdown, has completely put three major sectors, as Professor Kuhad also called out, tourism, transport, and travel, to the brink, has literally pushed 44 million people in US alone to unemployment. No wonder current times are being called unprecedented times. And this recession is being seen as different from all the previous recessions in terms of scope as well as scale. But what makes this so deep and complex is actually there are confluence of factors acting at the same time. There is a global health crisis that we talked about with COVID-19. There is an economic crisis that has been triggered because of that. There is also a geopolitical crisis that is also going on around the globe. And to make the matters worse, there is also a social crisis that has also come up in countries like US, and now also in countries like India. So it's actually a multifold kind of recession that's upon us. But governments are responding. There's a total of $10 trillion of stimulus that has been infused into the economy across the globe. And just to put things in perspective, this is 3 times the 2008 and 2009 stimulus that was pumped in terms of percentage of GDP. That is huge. And that is also leading businesses to come up with innovative ways. Professor Wolfgang pointed out, Aman pointed out that we have, for example, workforce is now, or workers or managers are now being trained to learn differently. Workforce are adopting innovative ways, and similarly, consumers are also now open to adopting digitization and adopting digital channels. So really, I think while governments are working to infuse a lot of funding into the economy, at the same time, we are seeing businesses coming to the fore and also adapting very fast, taking up digitization and putting in automation. So there is definitely a lot of change happening. and we're all trying to turn this crisis into an opportunity as well. These are some of the things that we want to talk about today during the session, and we have our eminent panelists. What I would like now, open it up to our eminent panelists, and maybe if each one of them can one by one just share their views first of all on the topic before we get into some of the discussions around the challenges that we have today, the how we are dealing with it, and then how does future look like. I think again Professor Wolfgang talked about learning and learning how to learn. We'll also talk about some of the other things that we see for the future. So let's get started, and maybe may I start with Mr. Dipanshu. Dipanshu, for everyone's reference, has around a decade of experience working across e-commerce, travel, and telecom sectors. And he has worked in leading firms like Make My Trip and Airtel. He's currently a senior director at Funding Societies, which is Southeast Asia's largest crowdfunding platform. He's and is solving for the financing needs of thousands of SMEs across Southeast Asia, across both developed and developing markets. Dipanshu, if you're on, do you want to share your views?
Sure. Thanks a lot, Paresh, for the introduction. I would concur my views with Paresh that certainly these are unprecedented times, and they're fairly different than what we had seen in the past. For this particular discussion, maybe I'll stick to the current industry that I'm focusing on, which is that of lending, and in lending, particularly solving for the needs of small and medium businesses. About this stimulus packages. If we take into consideration, US just launched a $2 billion stimulus package. A government back in India has launched, a stimulus package of the order of $250 billion. And if you look at this particular section of stimulus packages are going to support small and medium enterprises, because in these times of uncertainty, they are the most vulnerable. To get things into perspective, if you look at some of the economic facts, some of the macroeconomic indicators, the financing gap, which is if this money is not received by these firms, how many of them are about to get shut? It's close to $1.5 trillion, right? To get things to perspective, it is similar to the economy of a country like Russia or a country like Canada. Now, we out of Southeast Asia are currently solving for the needs of these small and medium enterprises. And if you look at the stimulus packages, close to 13 to 18% of that stimulation package is directed towards solving for the needs of SMEs. To talk more about this, the way we are looking as a company into this is that we are looking at two different eras there: a pre-COVID era and a post-COVID era, because the way businesses are now being managed has changed a lot. Right? You see that in your lives by how reliant are now we becoming on technology, right? Doing such webinars in a pre-COVID era was certainly was certainly a rare occasion, but now businesses are also adopting to this new way of life, and I believe from a company, from a leadership perspective, three things become more and more prominent, and maybe I'll just quickly cover what those three things could be, which is how do you deal with the leadership in times of COVID. So if I have to categorize it into three categories, I would say most important is sharing what the key priorities are. Now, why SMEs are most vulnerable is because they don't have a lot of cash or a lot of assets on their balance sheet, right? To get things into perspective, some of the medium, small, micro businesses who work with as much as 2 months worth of cash handy with them, right? Vis-a-vis, if you look at some of the giants, for example, Apple has reserves of 6 years onto their balance sheets, right? So from a leadership perspective, sharing with the larger team, which is what is the key priority, is it growth, is it profitability, becomes extremely important. Secondly, syncing up with the new reality of the market, right? Things that succeeded in the past may not work going forward, right? So adapting to the new market reality, understanding how the market has evolved, understanding how the customer behavior is changing becomes super important, and you accordingly then build your product, then build your processes to support the new market reality. And I would say thirdly, in these tough times, managing people is of extreme importance, because there have been layoffs. There are considerations, of how is the business is performing, how will the recovery happen. And I think in between all this, from a leadership standpoint, it becomes critical that respective founders, respective CEOs also take the EQ factor into consideration, right? And I think once all of these factors will come into place, there are certainly signs of economic recovery. If I am to take the proxy for China, for example, where travel industry was hit a lot, there are specific recoveries happening, and I think as of this point of time, it's about survival. And the companies that will survive this long recession, would most likely come up stronger. So yeah, that's my perspective on how we are currently looking at these times, and how are we preparing to kind of come up stronger with the crisis.
Thank you very much, Dipanshu. I think that was a wonderful perspective. Definitely looking at companies and a particular company in a pre-COVID, post-COVID is a very interesting way to look at it. At the same time, I think one very important point, and I think we'll probably talk later in the discussion about it more, is the EQ aspect, or the people aspect, and how that comes to prominence, even from a leadership perspective. I now want to bring in our lady panelist, Namita. Namita Mahajan is the founding partner at PatentScart. In the last 8 years, she has been associated with 3 startups in the field of intellectual property consulting services, including her own venture. I'm sure she must have kind of wonderful stories to tell about how startups are doing right now, including her own experience. Namita, why don't you just share your experience on this topic with some opening remarks?
Thank you for the introduction, Parish. It's my pleasure here to share space with such an experienced panel today. I think COVID-19 has impacted each of us, and it is very difficult to predict the future. Yet, there are 2 major positive things that I see in this recession as compared to the recessions we have seen in the past. First is, we know the root of the problem, which was not the case with almost all previous recessions. And as soon as the solution of the problem is identified and implemented properly, things will start getting better. Uh, as an example, vaccine and social distancing, if done properly, will start the end of recession. The second positive thing is, pretty much like all other recessions, this is promoting us to improve productivity at a higher level. By which I mean that the businesses will be forced to produce maximum outputs using minimum inputs. That is good overall from multiple perspectives. On the negatives or complexities, if you look at this recession or the past recessions from the classic 5 lenses of scenario planning, which you rightly pointed out, the economic and the financial lens, the political lens, environmental and technological lens, we will see that this is the only pandemic in the last 80 to 90 years which is strongly impacting pretty much all the pillars that I mentioned. Subprime crisis of 2008 was mostly impacting economic and financial pillars, which led to some impact on the political pillars and some technological advancements. Same was the case with Black Monday in 1980s and Great Depression in 1930s. All of these recessions saw more elastic changes or bouncing back rather than the structural changes, which may not be the case this time. So, to summarize, this pandemic is in a lot of ways similar to the earlier pandemics, but different in 2 big things. The breadth of the impact varies across multiple factors and not just the economic factor. But at the same time, it is highly transparent. We know the exact problem and the exact solution which will end the recession. Right. Um, Talking a little bit about the business continuity here. Also, there is a lot of talk about COVID-19 affecting startup industries, both positives and negatives. Like 3 out of every 4 startups are severely affected, but 1 out of every startup is actually experiencing growth. So currently, 41% of the startups, which we say are globally threatened in what we call as the red zone, that they will that there is a danger of running out of cash in the next 3 months. But the truth is, 29% of these young startups were already in this situation even before the crisis happened. So maybe we don't have to look at the ground level statistics, but look at the wider picture here. We all know that over half of the Fortune 500 companies started during a contraction, and over 50 unicorns were created in the Great Recession alone. So, this economic slowdown is going to be a mixed bag of gains and losses as well. What this crisis has forced is a shift in consumer priorities and interests, creating what you call as some unprecedented demands. What I mean is that the demand exists, but why the customer is still wanting that particular product, or that particular thing, that reason has changed. For example, digital payment systems, these systems, they saw a surge in new users because we are buying groceries online, we are buying medicines online, we are paying all our bills online, but the amount per transaction has highly reduced because the travel came to a halt, and nobody is buying those expensive tickets to Goa or Europe. So now their business challenge is not bringing new customers onto their platform, but how to control their cost, streamline their processes, and retain these new customers post the COVID scenario.
Got it. No, thank you so much, Namita. I think you brought up some really interesting points. I think one amongst a lot of points, the one that I really want to talk about later as well is the point around 41% of the startups being seen in the red zone. But if you really look, just double click on that, 29% of them are already red. And this is something that's actually being talked about a lot, because while there is a lot of layoffs happening, there is a parallel argument, or there's a parallel discussion also going on, that it's really restructuring that is going on. And while some of those startups or businesses were almost unviable, and they're using this time as an opportunity to refocus and restructure their products and their business and operating model. So I think very relevant point. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I think you also talked about the recovery, and I think we'll come to that in a minute. But do we think of kind of recovery as just a point in time recovery, or do we think of companies as developing a recovery muscle? Because we are now almost talking about a W-shaped curve as well. So let's see how Sharma. Vishal Sharma is a manager in Deloitte Consulting based out of Chicago. Has worked in strategic supply chain projects globally for Fortune 100 companies for more than 10 years now, and has deep expertise in how goods travel from factory to your home, if you will. Vishal, I think supply chain is one of the things that has been talked about a lot. What are your views on this topic? Would love to hear those.
Thanks for the lovely introduction, Paresh. I hope I do justice to that. Let me start with saying I'm glad you brought up this question, and I've personally been asked this question from a lot of younger folks across different mediums, especially the ones who are about to graduate, like a lot of our audience right now. They want to know how the virus will impact a particular industry of their choice, maybe the industry that they wanted to work in going forward. So I want to just start by stating that there is so much uncertainty related to COVID-19. Let me put you on mute, Paresh, for the minute. Yeah, can you guys hear me now? So I wanted to start by stating that there is so much uncertainty related to COVID-19 that it is nearly impossible to predict the future. So I want to offer a framework to think about how the future could unfold for any particular industry. And so let us understand that how the virus will impact different industries overall can roughly be broken into two categories. One is the elastic resilience, which is to say that things will eventually bounce back, things will return to normal. It might take some time, but we will get back to normal, or perhaps even overshooting when we think about the pent-up demand that exists. How many of us are eager to meet our friends and relatives who live out of station, or maybe go to the mountains on a short vacation to Kasoli or Shimla, or go to a favorite restaurant of ours? So we know that there will be a sort of elasticity in the response, but of course it could take a very long time. The second category, which I refer to, is really the side when there is a fundamental or a structural change. And this is driven by changing our behavior, our habits, that will be reshaped as we live through the effects of this virus, as we're living through it today. So, so my point is, if you look at the past recessions or pandemics, and look at the waves of death curves or the waves of recession dips, they show with a high degree of predictability what the impact would look like in terms of elastic versus structural. So it's important to look at what the shape of the curve for coronavirus deaths come out to be, or what the shape of the curve for coronavirus's impact on a particular industry would look like. Is it just one-time high jump or high drop, which will likely lead to more of elastic change? Or is it more like a snake curve with multiple waves, which means the impact of virus on our health and social fabric will stay for longer? Then we can start to see more of behavioral changes, likely leading to more structural changes. All that being said, I heard a lot of points, and I'm glad some positive sides were discussed as well. But I wanted to share my thought that we often share in supply chains, that humans manage the industries in the past, and they will keep on managing the industries in the future. The degree of management, the dynamics of demand, supply, or industry operations might change, but the overall value creation and consumption will be pretty much the same. For example, groceries, food items, which represent 55% of the entire retail market of India, the consumption is estimated to remain within plus minus 10% of the pre-COVID levels. So the 55% of the entire market will become 50 or 60%. The consumption patterns might change though. So which means a lot of jobs might shift from retail stores to e-commerce. The same supply chain companies who were moving products from producers to warehouses to sabzi mandis will now move it to the e-commerce companies' warehouses. So that's another point of view that we need to be aware of. The world is not falling down. The world is moving for sure.
The world is moving for sure, and the show will go on. I think that's a wonderful theme. And I think the audience today and few of us, I think we will have to all contribute towards pushing this forward. Thank you so much for that overview. I really loved the way you looked at the impact in terms of how it will pan out for different types of industries. I think really there is elasticity involved in some, and there is structural changes involved in some, and actually that will also, if you will, separate the some of the bad actors who will not be able to sustain it. And I think that's something that we also want to talk about as we go towards the later part of our discussion in terms of winners versus losers. I do want to now call upon Karan Sharma. Karan Sharma, everyone has over 10 years of experience leading large-scale enterprise technology transformations for Fortune 100 companies. He's currently at MasterCard building contactless COVID plug-in business payment products. Karan, why don't you share your views? I think payments, especially actually both B2C and B2B payments, are going digital in a big way, and we are seeing even players like Google now trying to reorient or if you will, refocus on their Google Pay system, not just in India but also in US. I think payment is a very, very interesting space, especially given consumer sentiment towards going contactless, and especially US consumers who were habitual of using credit cards, but now they are even wary of taking that out. So would love to hear your thoughts on about this topic and what you're doing there, Karan. Karan, I think you're on mute. I still cannot hear you. No, I still cannot hear you. Can any other panelist confirm if you can hear Karan?
Karan, your voice is not reachable. Your voice is not audible, Karan. Your voice is not audible, Karan. No, it's not audible now. Parish, as of now, there are two questions have come up from the
Yeah.
chat box of the live streaming session. You can
Ye-
take the question. In the meantime,
ye-
Karan is joined us.
Yes, yes. I was actually monitoring the chat box. So
Yeah.
maybe I can do a last very quick check with Karan. Karan, can you hear us? Oh, I see.
No.
I think you can hear us, but we cannot hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe we come back to Karan in a second. Karan, yeah, I think technology always trips at the time when you least want. But okay, so let's keep going. I think one of the things we want to do is, I think, also just see. I think Divya was saying that we have a couple of questions in the from the audience. I think one of the questions is from a member from an audience member, Tapish Panwar. And Tapish, I think your question is COVID-19 a good screening criteria to differentiate bad business models from good ones? And if yes, what are your thoughts about this? I think it's an excellent question. First of all, thank you so much for bringing that up. I can share quickly my thoughts, and I would love if any of the panelists can would want to share some experiences from their industry. Uh, I think this is the time where a lot of focus is shifting towards performance-based business models, where all of the clients and the entire industry is just want to understand ROI driven or output driven models. One example, a very, very big example that I have seen, especially in the digital advertising industry, is a movement from a cost per click model, in which, for example, if you were to go to Google and if you were to click on an advertising, you were to pay for every click or for every 1,000 clicks, $5 or $7. But that model has now moved to a cost per stay model for hotel industry. Now think about it. Basically, if a hotel like Marriott was to advertise earlier, if users used to, or people who are interested in it used to click 1,000 times, they would pay for every click, even if that user who is interested would not eventually book the hotel. So even if the customer is not converting, they would have to pay for the advertisement. What has happened now, that has the business model has changed and has moved to cost per stay model. So if a user clicks, and only if a user goes and books the hotel and is converted, only then the advertising company Google here is going to be paid. So this is a big shift towards a conversion based or a performance based business model. And this is really taking into account how some of the industries that have been severely impacted, taking care of those industries and ensuring that while there was a lot of focus on just awareness based or visibility based or click based models. Now we are really moving into performance based. Now, whether these business models will stick permanently or not, we don't know. But I think there'll be a lot of focus now on actually measuring what is the impact of advertisement and how can you measure it all the way till the end of conversion. I think that's a big change, and what we now are going to see, not just this model getting replicated from the hotel industry, which is currently most impacted. We are now actually going to see a ripple effect and going into other industries as well. So it remains to be seen, like how much it spreads, whether it sticks or not. But I think just a good example that's currently going on in terms of shift. I would love to also invite other panelists if you have any thoughts. Maybe I'm not sure, Dipanshu, if you have any thoughts from the finance side.
Sure. Thanks, Parish. I think that's a very good question, right? Because consistently with so much funding getting poured into the startups, this has been a point of debate, which is, are these good businesses or are these bad businesses? I think the way I would look at some of these, right, is that what's a business, right? And a business effectively should, one, have significant revenue, which is it should make money, so that the people who are working in that make a decent living. Secondly, a business should also solve for a user need, right? A user could be a business, could be a consumer. So the way I look at it, business solves for two things. One, it generates revenue. Secondly, it solves for the user need, right? Now, when I look at the businesses currently, right, the user need that gets solved can be further categorized into two bits. Is it an existing user need, or is it something that's a latent need, right? Which is, it could be one, but user still needs to realize it, right? I'll elaborate that point with an example, which is, let's say, the existence of FMCG as a business. Now, to live, we need these things, right? So that business is a business. It should be profitable from day one because there's a need and there are means and modes to surface that particular need, right? Vis-a-vis, let's say, if I talk about the ride-hailing industry, right? If I talk about the likes of Uber or Ola, particular to India, how many of us were actually taking cabs to commute to our offices, right? So that is a user habit which is not yet there, right? And somebody needs to come in and start forming that habit. And as in when the dependency is established, users don't mind paying an extra buck for that particular service, right? So I think the initial pedigree of funding, even though a lot of these enterprises were not net cash flow positive, the way I look at it, these industries are pouring into money into developing some of these consumer habits. For example, as Namita also correctly pointed out, a lot of us are okay doing digital payments as of now, right? Buying things on websites like Amazon, Flipkart. But 10 years before, we were not happy to do it, right? We had the considerations on, if I buy a T-shirt, will it fit me properly? What if I don't get what I asked for? What if the delivery boy is not an authentic one, right? And there were so many considerations around it, right? But over this decade, driven by discounting, these customer habits are now formed, right? So a lot of those things that, hey, when I order, will it be of my size? Absolutely. And if it doesn't, you can always return it, right? Is the delivery boy a legit one? Yes. So I think a lot of these trends have now been established, and I think over time, now that these business models are established, it is now time to go towards making it a net revenue positive business as well, right? And I think that is how I look at the current scenario, considering overall, in the last conversation, I talked about how there is a crunch for financing, right? Given these tough times, maybe at least for the next couple of years, businesses would focus on profitability. There are examples of it, all across the industry. For example, if you look at Udan, which is the quickest unicorn in Indian history, it was a $1 billion valuation company in 13 months post launch. They have shut down a lot of their side businesses, right? And they are now focusing on their core. So I think that focus would be required for businesses, so that at least you are net unit economics positive. And as and when you see that now our core business is set up and profitable, you can then potentially get financing from external sources to deliver on the cost of growth. So that is how I would look at this, and yeah, that's my take. So I think good businesses, bad businesses, I think all businesses are good till they solve for the user need. Profitability is something that needs to be determined, because is it a latent need of the consumer, or is it a habit forming that you need to invest into? And as and when you crack the product market fit, which is something that I believe the cab market has solved for, the e-commerce has solved for, some of the video conferencing services have solved for. That is when you should no longer put in dollars to fund your growth, rather focus on making your businesses more and more profitable. So that's how currently we are looking at the situation, and that's my take on bad business versus good businesses.
Okay. Thank you so much, and I hope that answers your question, Tapesh. But great question, I think. I think. Sorry, Divya, I think you were saying something.
Yeah, I was saying that Karan has joined.
Okay. Okay. So I think that's wonderful. Karan, can you hear us?
Yeah, loud and clear. How about you?
I definitely can. Thank you so much. Okay, perfect. So I think we have Karan back now, and so let's do this. I think let's just hear some views from Karan. I think again, as I mentioned, he's working on some very relevant stuff around contactless business payment products. Karan, why don't you share your views? I think it's always great to hear from you. Please go ahead.
For sure. Thank you, Parish. And thank you, everyone, including students and faculty, for having us here. Really appreciate that. Relevant question here. How are the payments being affected, and not just consumer, but as well as B2B payments are being affected in these time, and what are some of the things we're seeing in the market? So last quarter, no surprises there. Everything has been shut. All the card on file volume. So basically the credit card or the digital payments that Namita earlier referred to have gone up because people are shopping online, versus a lot of transactions in cash and check, and sort of the non-digital payments have substantially declined. An important thing to note here is that the B2B payments market by volume is much bigger than the consumer market, and this fact kind of gets lost in conversation because all of us are consumers. We buy things where we can relate more easily to this particular area rather than B2B payments, which only probably a fraction of us would deal with. But the volumes are bigger, the impact has been bigger, the shock has been bigger on the B2B payment side. Although we're seeing signs of recovery in terms of the payment volume we're seeing across the globe, but the recovery is not as fast as the optimists among us, and I've heard some of them today, they expect. Couple of reasons for this sort of global slowish recovery as compared to previous recessions. So just if I were to list what's going wrong in the world right now, and not to sound alarmist here, but there is a demand shock. So consumers are locked inside, people are locked inside, no one's doing literally any economic activity. There is a supply shock because people are locked inside. Nothing is being produced. The factories are out of labor forces. Offices are out of their employees. There is a global health pandemic going on, and Parish alluded to this earlier. There is an oil war, which till pretty much a few weeks ago was pretty much in headlines. And there is unprecedented social inequality. And when we look at all these different factors that are not affecting individual countries but are affecting uh, pretty much all countries. So one of the statistic that comes to mind is last week's World Bank economic forecast report that talks about a 5.2% contraction in GDP, in global GDP in 2020. Now that's a staggering amount of loss of wealth for all of us. And mind you, this is not just loss of wealth in terms of uh, stock market wealth, so only the rich are losing, but we're talking about ground level jobs, businesses being lost. So to summarize, this particular situation is vastly different from anything we've seen in the previous pandemics, is that unlike in the past where recessions were triggered by a particular country, a particular industry, uh, there was a sort of a domino effect. So you saw recession slowly creeping from one economy to the other, as you know, the global supply chains are so interdependent. But this time around, it's like the dominoes have fallen altogether. So there is no literally there is no ray of sunshine in some of the data that we're seeing, and so now coming a little bit to talk about the recovery. I've heard about a snake recovery or a V or a W shaped recovery. I think we're putting the cart in front of the horse here. This is not done yet. We're not out of the danger zone, so as to say. We're yet to see the true economic impact. Till now, what we have seen is only the health or the COVID impact on businesses, which have been shut because for no other reason, just because there is a pandemic going on. But going forward, there will be economic repercussions. There are large companies, imagine the Apples of the world, will be able to survive. As Paresh said, they have 6 years of cash on hand. But what about their suppliers? They don't have. What about their suppliers? They don't have that amount of cash, and especially not the small, medium businesses. Now, what we'll start to see is a chain reaction of these interdependent businesses being impacted one by one after the other. And this is in addition to this demand and supply shock that we're in the middle of. So I think it's too early to speak about recovery. I think we need to prepare for economic hardships going forward. It's not going to be an easy path to recovery. It will take some sweat and toil. And while I'm at it, I'll just throw in a word of advice for our younger audience who are probably listening to my predictions of doom. And what I want to say there, that I passed out in 2009, and that was peak of recession. The last global recession we had, and no matter how tough the job market seems, it gets better. I'll pass on the same advice that I got from my teachers at that time: is you focus on your skills, and especially your technical skills. Make sure they are sharp. Your domain skills are up to the mark, and be ready to learn new things. And again, going back to some of the things that Professor Wolfgang talked about earlier, that this ability to learn new things and acquire new skills will be absolutely critical. How the current generation takes this arduous route of economic hardship over the next few years. Back to you, Paresh.
Thank you so much, Karan. I think learning how to learn is definitely going to be the biggest skill, if you will. So I really appreciate, and I think you rightly called out and kind of echoed what Professor Wolfgang today mentioned. I would definitely want to highlight the reflector attitude, the theorist style of learning, and the pragmatist style of learning that he mentioned. I think I would totally I have learned those today, and I would definitely want to reflect upon those as I go back after this session. Much appreciate your thoughts, and I think the uncertainty aspect that you called out. Couldn't agree more. I think whether it will be a U, V, W, or a Nike swoosh, I think we're all just in a guessing game right now. We don't know about this pandemic enough. We don't know about this virus enough, and we don't know how this will pan out. So much appreciate. I think all the insights. I think those were wonderful, wonderful pearls that you kind of wisdom that you shared. Thank you so much. So I think with that, let's kind of open it up. I think we already took kind of one question. I hear, I think, and I was looking at a couple of other ones as well, and I want to club two or three of those. I think there's this very key point around the supply chain aspect and our global, if you will, alienation of China that is also happening. So there's this sentiment that's brewing up, and this is really because COVID-19 has brought to the fore over reliance of global supply chains on China. China is deemed as world's factory, and it has really shifted focus on globalization. Whether actually too much globalization is good or bad. Uh, should we move back towards localization? Should we move towards to a different base? So I really wanted to understand, like from our panelists, I think uh, we have some panelists from very specific sectors, including an expert in supply chain. Have you seen kind of supply chain disruption, and what are your thoughts around this shift that is happening, if you will, and all the talk around resilience in supply chain, as in that has been tested to the core? And maybe if I may start with Vishal. Vishal, if do you want to maybe talk to this one a little
Absolutely.
bit?
Absolutely, Parish. And that's a great question, by the way. It's a very hot, pressing topic with a lot of our clients that we're working with. And I'm talking about Fortune 10 clients. In fact, almost all 10 of them are thinking about it. So the old school of thought was that globalization is almost always good, as it gives you access to wider vendor base, wider manufacturing base, wider customer base. But the new school of thought, which is evolving recently, adds a caveat to it. Globalization is good as long as it does not come at a cost of flexibility of your supply chain. Now, let me explain that with an example. Here in the United States, it was somewhat of a national embarrassment when we realized that we do not have enough face masks and actually have to import this product from China and other nations. Upon investigation, we realized that it is not just the immediately required protective equipment like face masks in this pandemic, but so many of our pharmaceutical companies source majority of their essential products from China or India or other nations. So after being gone through all this now, we could see some longer term structural repercussions of that, like movement towards more diversification or even localized supply chains, especially or at least for essential products, which, by the way, may be a very good opportunity for India, as we can provide an alternate to Chinese manufacturing machines. And you pointed out the point of resilience in supply chain. Another big discussion in this area is around becoming a nationally sufficient supply chain, or have a resilient supply chain, or maybe keeping more safety stocks at the warehouses, enough to cover for the lead time of producing domestic contract manufacturing capabilities. So overall, there will be more flexibility brought into the global supply chains up to a level above which the same old cost-driven factors will take over for decision making, much like in pre-COVID scenarios. So you can anticipate inventories going high. You can anticipate some localization of supply chain. You can anticipate diversification of supply chains up to a level which ensures that if any such pandemic or any such unique situation arrives, we have enough runway to change the course of our supply chains. And beyond that, everything will be like currently. It'll be cost and profit and numbers driven, which makes sense because it is a business at the end of the day, and you have to be sustainable. Makes sense. Any questions?
No, I think that was very well said. I think thank you so much, and definitely the resilience in supply chain and how firms will think about their safety stocks, given the given especially around the essential goods, and how do you supply them at the least time, and how do you do that at a warehouse level. I think that is going to be the core. I think the another thing that is coming, and I think that was also reflected, is the point around China. There's a movement that's happening, if you will. I think Japan in April sanctioned $2.2 billion of incentives to the firms in Japan to move their manufacturing hubs out of China. Now that's one country that's doing it, but at the same time, we know Apple has moved their manufacturing of some of the hardware to other countries in like Vietnam. So I think that's just there's just an effect that is now coming in, where different economies are realizing that over reliance on one country is definitely not good. And diversification, both in terms of products as well as in terms of geography, is absolutely must if such a shock shift hits us. So very well said. Any other thoughts from any of the panelists, real quick?
So I would like to continue Vishal's point. So he made a valid point that companies, especially in US, were ashamed to find out what they did find out, that China is producing everything. So it's not that leadership here is not aware of that what are the of these facts, but is the question on the table is what they choose to do. How do they choose to approach it? Now I like to look at this problem in sort of two tranches. So there is the the physical goods, the physical raw material finished goods that China is really good at producing at a cheap cost. And it goes all the way up to your iPhone and iPads and your computers, which those capital intensive industries are difficult to move. So even though you've mentioned Japan providing incentives, that's more of a medium term plan. So it's going to take anywhere from 5 to 10 years to move a large part of that production back to the respective countries, or to the next most enticing, the most profitable destination. However, if we notice what the trends in the last 10 years on, if you just look at who are the most valuable companies, you see this clear change from physical goods distribution companies to the Microsofts of the world, that don't produce necessarily any physical goods, but their power lies in services. It lies, if we may call it, digital goods. And that's where I see a quicker shift happening. So there is a concerted effort, this movement, Parish, that you talked about, of not using China for, not just the manufacturers, for not using China as their base for manufacturing, but even for consumers of being mindful of what you're consuming. And this is across nations. There is a strong movement in Canada because of the telecom fiasco that took place last year. There is the Australia very recently has put up an investment review board that will look into every strategic investment that Chinese companies make in Australia. I believe India has done something similar. So this movement that we are seeing of a concerted effort to decouple the global supply chains of digital and physical goods from China will continue to accelerate. And in the near term, we may find that some of the more digital goods, or the digital apps and solutions and platforms that are coming out of China, there is a strong bias against not using them, and relying on local companies. And in the medium to long term, 5 to 10 years, we will see a large shift in manufacturing base moving out of China, and hopefully India would be able to capitalize on some of that.
Thank you so much. I think that's a very interesting take on especially how much time it takes to really move some of these supply chains. So it's not a one day you strike and you move out. I think it's going to be a long thing, and it's going to be a roadmap, if you will, of how and what you move and in what fashion. So I think that's a very interesting perspective, and something I think for the entire audience to take away. While all of this, I think, movement is happening, it needs to be looked at how some of these biggest manufacturers and biggest OEM companies are thinking about it, and what they will do when they if they'll have two hubs in interim, or like how will they balance it. I think that's a very interesting. Thanks, Karan. So I hope that answers some of the questions I think that I took up. For example, around the I think Mr. Jagdish had a question, and I think there was another question from someone around this topic. So I know this is a hot topic, but so I hope we were able to address that. We have little time, so what I want to switch gears and move to talking about future as well. I think a lot of we have talked about uh, how what has happened and what has been the impact, how some of us are dealing with it, especially for example in supply chain, and how that looks like. I think it's really going to be interesting to talk about the future. And what I want to talk about there is, and I would love to hear thoughts from the panelists as well, because I think we have a lot of question on that topic as I see it coming. Is one, the thoughts around the entire shift of the nature of work or workforce or workplace, if you will. And second aspect, I think it's very interesting to talk about the skills that we will have to develop to adapt to the future of work, and how jobs will change and what skills will be required. So I think those two aspects, if we can touch upon, and I think that will be great. And maybe I can just share, for example, just in terms of like the workforce, I think there's a lot of talk about remote work. Facebook, for example, when just 5 years back, they were paying $15,000 as a joining bonus to every new employees to be situated within the 10-mile radius of the office. And only 3 weeks back, Mark Zuckerberg announced that in 5 to 10 years, 50% of their workforce will be working remotely. So think about the change in perspective, and think about how they're thinking about the entire focus has shifted from, okay, being co-located, being near to the office, as opposed to work can be done from anywhere, and we really want to tap on talent, which is something that we're not able to do. Infosys has also come up and is saying that 75% of their workforce is expected to work remotely by 2025. I think those are staggering figures. And again, some of the biggest multinationals will now start to think about how do they think of the future of work, future of workplace, and that will lead to changes across the board. I think I'll stop there, and I would love to hear perspectives from our panelists. Maybe starting with if I think I'm not sure, Namita, if you wanted to kind of just reflect something on that front. I know you're already in a startup zone, and that's almost in a hoteling concept. But why don't you go ahead and maybe share some thoughts?
Sure, Parish. I was wanting to jump in. Thank you for calling me out. So I want to combine a little bit of technology and the research, because these are a lot of university students listening to us. So I would like to combine the aspect of a lot of research happening in different fields, and how the research budgets are being impacted, and how the nature of jobs with respect to these R&D type of roles will be affected, and what new technologies will be required when we talk about these researchers. So in my field of work, I've had the opportunity to work with R&D heads of big corporates and research universities. I've also interacted with some highly innovative minds and inventors working and patenting some breakthrough technologies. What I've seen is that COVID-19 has brought academic and industrial research cooperation to new levels. But R&D budgets have been hit bad. In pharma, research into COVID-19 is taking precedence over work in any other fields or any other diseases that we were, deadly diseases that were being talked about before. Um, Generally, when in times of crisis, the departments which are most most oftenly cut, are the R&D departments. But the thing is, the research doesn't really stop. It's the budgets that are hit, and hence the pace at which the research is conducted slows down. So, for a lot of universities, this may have a negative impact on the placements for R&D type of roles within the companies, because there's going to be difficulty in securing funding for research, and hence the cooperation eventually in non-pharma researches might get impacted. But at the same time, a lot of analytical roles will open up for these R&D type companies as well. As what this COVID-19 has brought is the understanding of the importance of AI and automation in the healthcare. AI is being used in the field of bioinformatics for the analysis of RNA and DNA sequences of new viruses, and for the development of right targeted antiviral drugs. And these technologies will continue to be used for the prediction, to predict the emergence of new viruses and mapping how the disease will spread, and more importantly, in finding cures in a more organized and a timely fashion. So, just to keep it short, in my view, with all the digitization happening, the digital transformation happening, a lot of social media marketing, online skills, they are already being talked about. But there is going to be a lot of new jobs, lot of importance of skills around data analytics, artificial intelligence, artificial neural networks, etc.
Thank you so much. I think that was wonderful. I will just quickly maybe roll over to our next panelist, Karan. I'm not sure if you wanted to chime in here.
Oh, for sure, for sure. And it's been an interesting journey. Uh, when we talk about the future of the workplace, how will we sit in office? How will we collaborate? How will we go forward? And I remember when I just started working, the concept of hoteling or sort of open collaborative spaces had just come up. They had broken down all the cubicles, all the cubicle walls. I used to work in Hyderabad, and instead we used to have open spaces where everyone can look at each other and effectively collaborate. Now, all of us can agree that that's not going to be the thing going forward. We will be and in fact, last week itself, I got an email from my current company that they're working in putting the new spaces where people have their own little cubicles. So, it has come a full circle. Uh, People are realizing that effective collaboration. You don't need to be co-located. You can do it digitally. You can do it online. And I believe a lot of firms, for the first time, are realizing that a lot of headcount and a lot of real estate that they occupy to house their workforce, which is a huge expense on the balance sheet, they don't need to carry it. So over the last quarter, we've seen the large consulting firms in US, so the PwCs, the KPMGs, and the Deloittes of the world, letting go of a lot of commercial real estate that they occupied, because they realize they don't really need office for people in the foreseeable future. Given the kind of technologies are coming up, I'm sure a lot of you have either talked using Zoom, attended a class or a lecture using Zoom. And we ourselves are using this wonderful platform today to talk. So a lot of these digital technologies will be useful in effective collaboration and delivering of work which today, at least in today's language, can only be done when you're co-located. So, I would recommend, again, to our younger audience, develop a lot of patience, because working online, working through these collaborative tools is not easy. It's very tough. And I think that will be a critical critical soft skill that will define success for future generations as they look to join the workforce.
Thank you so much, Karan. I think patience is the key. I completely agree. I think with patience we have to wait and see things unfold, and with patience we have to keep learning and contribute to our roles. I think that's very well said. Maybe I now invite Dipanshu Suhag to maybe share some reflections on this topic.
Sure. So I think in the interest of time, I'll quickly talk about some of the things I had on my mind. Uh, sorry. So I think I would maybe start with the quote, which is by Radhamir, who said, "There are decades when nothing happens, and there are weeks where decade happens." So I think this aptly describes the situation as of now. If you look at some of the movements around digital technologies, for example, adoption of Zoom as a platform, they have quadrupled in terms of the users, right? So certainly these times provide opportunities to surface the needs of the consumers. For that, if we slightly reflect back, say if we go back 10 years, we were talking about smartphones, right? Currently we talk about smart TVs, right? Smart gadgets, Internet of Things. If we kind of fast forward, it is not far when nations, would talk about becoming smart nations, right? Me based out of Singapore for the last couple of years, Singapore is projecting itself as a smart nation, and how and to surface that, they basically are using technology into each and every operation to operate efficiently and effectively. So I think while what COVID has done to us is that the adoption of technology is going through a very steep curve, where adoption needs to happen much more quickly than initially anticipated. So that's one. I think for all the young members with us, young students who would be pursuing job opportunities over the next few months, I think what is critical is, irrespective of the domain that you will go into, whether it is HR, whether it is marketing, whether it is operations, finance, two things would distinguish you from the other people in the market. One would be, how comfortable are you with technology, right? And second is, how effectively can you leverage technology to make your work more effective and efficient, right? And I think that is what the focus for all the young people attending this call should be, which is, one, if you're not very comfortable, if you don't have a background in computers, IT, it is never late to start. So start reading up on how what these technological trends are. I think going forward, not having the information on technology is not a good excuse. So you will need to ramp up your skill sets to understand technology in a much deeper way. And the second is, obviously, once you understand the application, right, which is within your specific domain, whether it is operations, marketing, finance, you need to understand, how can I leverage my information technological applications onto being a more effective and efficient employee, or a resource to a larger organization. And to solve for that, certainly that with internet, there are so many interesting websites. I recommend a few, and maybe I'll share it with Dr. Divya at the end of this call. And that could be an initial step into getting more familiar with technology. And I think both comfort level, adoption, and then subsequent application is what will distinguish you from others in this market. And I believe that is where the future is headed. So yep, as quickly you can adopt to the new reality, the better will it be for your futures and your efficacy as a resource.
Thanks a lot, Dipanshu. I think that was some very practical and tactical advice, I would say, for our audience to follow. I think that was wonderful. Definitely, Singapore is the poster child for being a smart nation, if you will. I think they have been leading in every respect, insofar as even fighting COVID, and now even coming back to coming back to or adjusting to new normal, if you will. I think that's wonderful. Thanks for sharing that. I want to invite Vishal to share any kind of closing thoughts on the topic today for about the future. Vishal, can you hear?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Parish. And I agree with a lot of skills that speakers before me have pointed, that spoke about digital social media marketing, data analytics, general tech savviness, adaptability and flexibility in the workspace. Uh, there are there are going to be some industry specific skills which will remain relevant, like in manufacturing, knowledge of production processes, industrial engineering knowledge, and all that. But there are, and they will remain. There will be a few skills that will have gained more importance in this new working style, working from home style, or working virtual style. And they will be important across almost all the industries and all the roles, and they include the much abused soft skills such as emotional intelligence, communication skills, and these are applicable to both technical and non-technical jobs. And I know since our markets opened to the global world since 1991, and everybody's been trying to learn English because the MNCs want you to speak English, and that is the way it is. But it has in fact become more important. Think of it this way: you may be working on a video conference in best case scenarios going forward. Even then, your counterparts might not be able to observe your body language. More likely, the other alternative is a lot of your meetings would happen over a phone call, where minimum level of personification happens. You will be your voice, your words, your language, or voice modulation. These are the only tools you would have for the most part to present your ideas to a wider audience. Your peers will create your first impressions in their minds based on that. So it may sound very cliched, but soft skills have become even more important than before. And last point that I want to touch, how to prepare for a post coronavirus job market. We spoke about building your skill set. We spoke about we didn't really, but digital marketing kind of follows building your own network. But there is another big thing that is coming up, and this is my last point, Paresh. I'm sorry if I'm over time. Embracing gig work is coming up to be a major part of the job market. I'm not sure if our audience know that majority of Google's workforce, Microsoft's workforce, AT&T workforce, all these big companies' workforce is made up of temporary or independent contractors. In fact, one prediction for the post-coronavirus job market is that rather than look for full-time employees, business will continue to rely on gig workers like consultants, independent contractors, on-demand workers, freelancers, and more, who accept assignments on a temporary basis. So are you prepared for the gig economy, or are you ready to adapt to this new reality? And companies will want more flexibility in their workforces. As a result, professionals should approach their career with an entrepreneurial mindset. So to be successful at working in a gig way, where you jump from one company project to another, you need to understand your intellectual capital and how to increase it, how to quantify your value. You cannot be just a good general manager anymore. You have to have something more than just soft skills, something more than just management skills. Based on that, you'll be building your reputation and be poised to market yourself and find new opportunities. So embrace gig economy is probably one more thing you need to do.
No, definitely. I think that's very well said. I think a gig economy and even the percentage of the workforce that is gig economy has been rising steadily. So I think that's something for us to definitely pay attention to. I think I literally have nothing else to add. I think in terms of the audience, I do want to call out one comment from one of our audience, Surbi Dhingra, who says we will have to creatively reposition. I think that's a wonderful way to just articulate how we will have to deal with this situation, and as we position ourselves for a new normal. And I don't want to go today without answering one more questions from our audience, which is from Aman Kabli. I think he says that today's contingency is COVID-19. Tomorrow it could be something else. With that in mind, what are the key lessons learned which will allow us to build resilient organizations and workforce? I think there are three things. One is agility, second is resilience, and third is empathy. I think those are the three things I believe are needed in us today, in all of us today as managers, in all of us today as businesses, and in all of us today as leaders. We need to be agile to be able to react quickly. We need to be resilient to be able to recover quickly. And lastly, we need empathy. An empathy for our customers, for everyone around us, and for our workforce. So I think that's probably what I would say to kind of wrap up today's session. I think it was a very rich conversation. I really want to thank all of our panelists. And with that, I would want to hand it over to you, Divya.
Thank you, Parish. Thank you so much. For the formal vote of thanks, I would like to invite Dr. Ajay.
Thank you, Dr. Divya, for calling me up for the vote of thanks. Now, first of all, it has been a very wonderful session. Let me acknowledge this. I thank each one of you, the 5 panelists, Parish Agarwal from Microsoft, Karan Sharma from MasterCard, Namita from Patent Craft, Dipanshu from Funding Societies, and Vishal from Deloitte. We have been hearing you. I have been in constant touch with what you have been saying. I mean, we have been talking to our students about what this COVID could do through the business scenario. And the one thing which I would like to highlight from this discussion is that we have some positive points also that has been highlighted by the panelists. I mean, this dimension of looking at the COVID-19 is such a fantastic way to look at it, because the students, they have been in this kind of problematic mindset that what would happen to them. It is so good to know that the world would move on. As Namita said, that 50 unicorns have been developed during the recessionary times. So these are some things which actually gives us hope, and all these hopes would actually make our students feel better about this COVID situations, and I think they would be better prepared for the times to come. So with this, I think I must thank all of you. It has been really a wonderful session. It's not only about words, but it means a lot, because I've also been getting some personal messages from my students. This positivity about COVID-19 is something that I think they are taking close to their hearts, and they are feeling optimistic about it. So thank you, each one of you, and we would like to hear you again in the near future. And it has been a wonderful session. I thank each one of you panelists, and thank you for your time. Over to Dr. Divya, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So there is a important information to the viewers of the YouTube. We are taking a break for 20 minutes, and then we'll be starting the session back of Mr. Alok Seni from ICICI Bank. Thank you so much. I request the IT team to break the session. IT team, afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, participants. Good afternoon to our key speaker, Mr. Alok Seni from Zonal Marketing Manager. Am I audible?
Yes, you are
Good
audible, Dr.
afternoon.
Divya.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Our key speaker, Mr. Alok Seni, who is Zonal Marketing Manager, ICICI Bank, Mumbai, has joined us. So we will be starting this with this session on challenges and opportunities of digital marketing in post-COVID scenario. So I welcome you, sir. So I'm handing over the session to you now, Mr. Alok.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
All right then. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank organizers of this event, as you know, in such times, creating such useful and skillful webinars are not only helpful, but yes, they show you the way you should now choose post COVID-19. Now, since it's a very good in India, I would like to start with a very good afternoon to each one of you. And now let's talk about now as there have been panelists before, and there have been speakers who have discussed a lot about the impact and repercussions of COVID-19 on different facets of industry, of life, of workplace, of culture, everything. I am now going to discuss about a very specific segment, which is about the digital marketing. And I this is so. Before I begin, I want to share each one of you a very important tip. So my session would last for another 50 minutes, 50, and I guarantee you that this is going to be a very useful session. I don't claim that you will get reborn, but yes, one thing is for sure that you are going to learn a lot of useful tips from this session. Okay, so let's begin. Now, since the lockdown has taken place, ever since the lockdown has been in effect, there has been a lot of information overload. So I can understand that there have been a lot of information exchanges. Considering that, I have tried to make my presentation a very simple and sweet version of it, with a very light tone. So there's not a myriad, or there's not a mountain of heavy information. I am going to share something which you will find connected with your day-to-day life, and more importantly, with the life beyond COVID-19. Okay, so let's begin with the presentation. I hope you're all ready. So you can type yes if in the chat box if you all are ready. Okay, fantastic. That's such a lovely audience. Now, moving on to the presentation, begin now. Okay. I hope Divya ma'am, my screen is visible, my presentation.
It's visible, but Alok, your voice is echoing.
Okay, probably I'll just try from the computer system. Oh.
Somebody from the IT team can help us? IT team? IT section. Can somebody from the IT section can help us? Can somebody from the IT section can help us?
Dr. Divya, I have got in touch with IT section. They are saying that if this expert is on to a microphone, then they have to make sure that they are not using some other audio device, or they should not be logged in at two different places. That is the only thing that can actually result into echoing of sound. So Alok, you can now try. Let us
Alok?
see if it improves.
Alok? Alok, your voice is not audible to us. Kindly log in with only a single device. Your voice is not audible, Alok. सर मैंने आलोक का नंबर भेजा, एक बार उसको कॉल करना, एक बार आप बताना क्या हो रहा है ये। Sorry for the delay. Just joining you back in next few minutes. There is a technical delay. We're just joining you back in next few minutes.
No, Alok, your voice is not coming.
Alok, you're not audible. Not audible, Alok. You're not audible.
Alok, if it is possible for you, please leave the meeting and you try to please again connect it. Maybe that will solve the issue. That will bring the settings on the default.
We're not able to hear you. Sorry for the technical delay. We are just sorting out the problem. Please be with us. We will be joining in few minutes. We will be joining in few minutes. Please be with us.
Hello, can you hear me? Dr. Divya, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can.
Okay.
We are coordinating with the speaker. Just we are joining back in 5 minutes.
Fine. No issue.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, great.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so thank you all once again. Now that we are back.
Yeah, please continue.
Okay, so here we are. Now, as we are talking about the presentation that we have for this session. I'm just sharing my screen, and I'm sure you will be able to see it on your screen now. Can anyone confirm if they can see the presentation?
Yes, your presentation is visible.
Great, 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 great. All right then. Sorry for the small technical glitch, people. Technology has its own advantages and disadvantages. Anyway, so let's move on with this small presentation that I have related to the challenges and opportunities of digital marketing in the post-COVID scenario. Uh, so first thing first, let me ask the audience, what are their expectations from this session? So how many of you think that digital marketing is nothing but making you doubling your money in say a very short span of time, or trying to make you a millionaire, the quick millionaire, as what people claim to be? So you can type in your comments in the comment section, okay? And we will actually we will see your comments in case we have any questions to answer at the end of this presentation. Now, for all the people who have these expectations from this session, let me tell you one very crude fact of life, and that is, let's be realistic. That's not going to happen just like that, because digital marketing is not a magic trick that you can use your magic wand and get things done at in the moment, or in a jiffy. And in fact, I would urge each one of you to please stop falling prey to such tactics. Now, since we have changed timings, people will, people will actually people will actually come up with some
Sir,
quick, yeah.
Please continue. Please continue.
Yeah. So, so with the changing times, there will be a lot of people who will actually, present some earth breaking and mind blowing ideas for you to become a quick millionaire. However, not everything that looks glossy is actually true. Now, moving ahead, we have been talking about COVID-19 in much great, in the length and breadth. In fact, if I take the reference of WhatsApp University, where everyone is actually a learner in his own right, his or her own right, we find that people come up with this $1 million question where they ask what exactly has changed post COVID-19, and you will hear n number of weird answers from people from across the globe. So some people are saying that we are now forced to work from home. Some people think it's a challenge. Some people take it as a welcome advantage, because now they don't have to wear full uniform while attending a webinar. It's a $1 million question. Why? Because people have forgotten politics, people have forgotten sports, people have forgotten movies for that matter, and everything has boiled down to one simple and a $1 million thing, and that is what exactly has changed post COVID-19. Now, let me ask each one of you, what do you think, in your opinion, what exactly has changed post COVID-19? Is it related to your life, work, anything, one aspect, many aspects, what exactly? So while the answers can range from 0 to infinity, if we can sum up the entire thing in just one simple explanation, that would be everything. So how many of you agree that everything has changed post COVID-19? Well, yes, it has changed a lot, and when we talk about the repercussions and the aftermath of COVID-19 in our lives, let's admit a few things. First of all, everything is not going to remain the same, and it is not just to warn you of what's going to come later. But yes, we have been living in a society that has been following some traditions and cultures over years, decades, and centuries. Now comes now comes a pandemic which creates that disruption, which creates that mess out of what we've been doing for years and years. So if I talk about the evolution of universe, there are three major events that are really noteworthy and that have changed the course of time. The first being the extinction of dinosaurs, which we have neither heard nor seen. In fact, that is more a documented fact than completely be a part of. Second incident in the evolution has been, particularly for our country, has been the independence. Yes, that changed the course of our life, and everyone sitting over here is now is a free citizen. So that is second thing on a lighter note, which has changed the course of time. Third, and the most important, I would say, is the COVID-19 impact. Why? Because we are witnessing an era where not only our jobs, not only our lifestyle, but our basic habits, our etiquettes, our do's and don'ts have changed to a great extent. And so if I were to give you a comparative study of how COVID-19 has hit us hard, then this is a comparative study which talks about two different situations. So there's a person who actually went into coma in December 2019 and has just woken up in June 2020. Can you imagine the magnitude of changes? Can you imagine the impact on his mindset? What would this person not would be exposed to? So while the changes from December 19 to June 2020 have been so much devastating that you never know that this person might want to go back to coma unless the world is a safe place to live once again. Anyway, that's on the lighter note. But yes, now let's talk about facts and figures because we have very less time and we have to cover a universe in this session. So, talking about the current scenario, as far as the facts and maths say, the growth in India's digital advertising industry has been growing at an average of 33.5%, with users 564 million. I'm talking about the Indian population who are defined as regular users. Business globally has been 40% dependent on digital marketing as we see it. However, now talking about the COVID-19 impact, let's talk about the social media, a very beloved social media that we are so fond of. So, social media has had a 50x surge during lockdown. Now, 50x, that's massive. Now, that is, to put in layman's terms, that is much more than when Mr. Ambani distributed free internet connections at the time of Geo launch. So this has been the impact of COVID-19, and which has also reflected in the average user usage time increasing from 1.5 hours to 4 hours per day. And there can be a lot of attributes, as determining. So it can be work from home culture, it can be increased liking for the mobile OTT platforms, Netflix, Amazon, God knows what we have been using ever since this COVID-19 thing has hit us. Video. Now, YouTube has seen 20.5% surge in subscribers in a span of 45 days during the lockdown. Let me tell you, for all the uninitiated, so we all know that Google is the number one search engine across the globe. However, what's equally surprising, in fact, more, is the number two search engine in the world is no other but YouTube. Yes, people are now opting the video channel to find out things that really interest them. Moving ahead, let's talk about the concerted changes in the post COVID era. While the panelists before me have beautifully summed up the changes that have really impacted the different facets of our life, I would talk about the digital marketing aspect precisely. So, sorry to interrupt. I hope I'm audible, ma'am.
You are very much audible, Alok.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so moving ahead, we are talking now. Let's talk about the changes in the post-COVID era. Now, we have been talking about traditional marketing. Now, what is this traditional marketing? Traditional marketing is something that we have all accustomed to since our childhood, since our birth. So now, traditional marketing takes a backseat. Now, let's just to give you a live example. Just remember the pre-COVID era, as it is now called, the era before December 2019. Just recollect those memories when you went to a mall or a shopping complex or to a marketplace with your friends, and there was a live event happening of, say, some mobile phone or some product launch or some radio FM event happening on. So there was this excitement to attend those events, and be a part of that crowd and participate in that event. Similarly, in traditional marketing, we have also witnessed that in such places there used to be promoters, the marketing executives, who used to come and hand over us a leaflet or a pamphlet, asking for using services, or the credit card fellows who used to pitch their services that we have come up with some beautiful credit card schemes, though they were never beautiful anyway. But yes, So such type of traditional marketing was very prevalent. In fact, as recently as 2 months ago, when in case you opened any newspaper in any part of India, what you would find is, as soon as you open the pages, you would find a bunch of leaflets falling onto the ground. Now, with the COVID-19 impact, such things will remain in a silo. So I don't think traditional marketing will come up so easily as it has always been. We will all want to, to get away with any contact oriented marketing. So traditional marketing takes a back seat. Second change I would suggest is defensive marketing strategies, as it has been mentioned by some panelists, that companies are are actually facing the heat because of this COVID-19. So if I talk about the small and the medium enterprises per se, with their limited funds, which they had, which earlier they had some fancy marketing mix and fancy marketing plans to run ads on televisions, the TVCs, the radio ads, the print campaigns. So now this thing is going to change, and companies would now want to invest uh, their budgets where they can actually guarantee, where they can actually find the use of it, the utility, without overspending and making the best use of the money that they have. Similarly, the third one is the perfect sales dichotomy. Now, this is the beautiful dichotomy that we all witness in the current situation, and that is the perfect sales dichotomy. Well, what is this? The sales dichotomy refers to a situation where you have different roles and thoughts as a marketer and a consumer. So when I talk about a marketer, all the marketers, the companies would want that their sales increase so that they can cover up for the losses that they've incurred over the last 90 days or so. However, on the contrary part, the consumers have a different mindset now. They would not entertain anything which is considered push selling, and they would only resort to those goods and services which they find are actually the need of the hour. So while going on a vacation was something which people would prefer in a hot season like June, now people are happy enjoying their indoor vacation in the four walls of their house. So funny as it may sound, it is just a bizarre truth which we all are witnessing very much in front of us. Next would be capture heart space, not mind space. In all the years of our education, be it MBA, be it any other discipline, we have always been taught that capture the space in the minds of the consumers. Okay, play with the mind, capture that space, and there have been a number of books written over it. However, as a matter of fact, now it is not just the mind alone. You have to touch that sensitive area of the heart of the customer. You cannot be boasting about the benefits which your product has. You have to be compassionate. You have to be empathetic of what the customer is going through in these times, and this is something which you cannot ignore. This is something which is related to the next point, which talks about the new MBA. So it's the new MBA does not talk about whether you are a master of business administration or not. The new MBA talks about whether you have learned the modern behavioral attributes of the customers post COVID-19. Because as weird as it may sound, it is very much a blatant truth that people are now gonna prioritize life over lifestyle, at least in the short term, if not more. And now, ending at last, I would like to talk about the new coronials. Okay, so we have been talking about millennials, we have been talking about Generation X, baby boomers, every sort of generation we have read in books and learned the characteristics of that population. However, with Corona being the focal point, I think a new species of people, of the consumers, will emerge, which will be now called the coronials. They will have their different preferences, they will have their different mindset, likes, dislikes. So it is important that we must understand the changed population, which is no more a millennial but also coronial. All right, so moving ahead, I would personally welcome you to the era of digital marketing dominance. Now, digital marketing dominance, as
as the definition suggests, is the use of the internet, mobile devices, social media, search engines, and other channels to reach consumers. Now, let's understand whether digital marketing is just digital marketing or something else. Now, we have been studying all through our life that digital marketing is marketing, right? It is something which is a key responsibility of people who are in the marketing function, and the other functions need not bother about this. So the HR, the marketing, so the HR, the finance, the IT, in fact the other functions also, they used to consider digital marketing as primarily a marketing function. However, with the change, with the COVID-19 factor, it is not just a marketing topic alone. Digital marketing is not just no longer about marketing alone. It is just an amalgam. So HR comes into picture. Why? Because you have to understand the psychology of your end customers. Marketing itself has a heightened role because now you are now you are responsible for creativity which actually caters to the crisis, okay, which creativity in the times of crisis. Similarly, finance has a more important function because with the limited resources that you have to make the most out of it. Sometimes you have to prioritize the budgets, you have to prioritize your projects. Similarly, the IT department, the IT teams, they have a senior responsibility of finding the best utilization of the technology. So similarly, the IT team that we have right now, who is completely organizing this entire webinar with completely without any lags and streamlined display of everything that is being shown. Now let's I'll be very specific about the next thing, which is the very topic of this session: the challenges and the opportunities of digital marketing in the post COVID scenario. So to be very honest, this session would have been really plain and boring had this not been for those two words highlighted in yellow: post COVID. Now, what is the impact of post COVID in digital marketing? We have just seen in the previous slides. The in fact this the entire COVID thing has hit us so hard in our faces that on a lighter note we have to cover our faces with a mask all the time. So given such a scenario, I would talk about first the opportunities, being optimistic. uh, Trust me, before I move on to the next slide, let me tell you one thing. We have heard all the scary stories about the COVID-19 impact on life, on job, on personal relationships, and whatnot. Being a keen and a strong believer of digital marketing, I personally believe that we are actually in the best era of digital marketing because though it may sound an irony, but yes, the COVID-19 has done more good than harm for digital marketing, and let's understand how. So, as far as the opportunity is concerned, digital marketing is the only 100% COVID-proof solution that we have right now. So, it is COVID. Digital marketing is nothing but welcoming the new normal because it is the only, or rather the very few form of communication which is completely contactless. So in a situation where we are talking about hashtag SHSS, which is stay home stay safe or stay indoors stay safe, we are talking about maintaining social distance, and we're talking about uh, maintaining a gap between the people and the other things. So digital marketing is talks about the intangible form of marketing. Digital marketing talks about communicating to your consumers without being physically present. Now this is something which is no less than a magic, because you need not be available in person. You need not pose a threat to your consumer by touching or by coming closer, like it used to happen in traditional marketing, where a person is giving a demo, where a person is actually handing over a leaflet to you, or a person is actually talking to you face to face across the table. Here we have audiences who are sitting in their comfortable environment of their homes, and still we are able to contact them. So it's 100% COVID proof solution. Similarly, it is the only superhero in current times. So we have come across weird superheroes in movies called the Avengers, called the Batmans and the Supermans. But yes, if we talk about the real life, digital marketing is the only superhero right now, because it is going to save everything for you, without actually, posing a threat to consumers, as we have all understood. Uh, Now, opportunity as the new protagonist. So, talking about this point, I would like to focus on the pre-COVID marketing plans of different organizations. So, if I talk about the small and medium enterprises, okay, yes, but for the larger organizations, also, digital marketing has always been a small subset in their marketing mix. So people used to have, TVCs, the television commercials. They used to have the print ads. They used to have FM campaigns, live events, outdoor campaigns, everything in big and bold. And then there's a small pie, a small portion of digital marketing along with it, uh, as to complete that marketing plan. Similar, so now that thing has changed with the intangible form of marketing in the picture. People are now going to make digital marketing as their main tool for marketing and communicating with the customers. Why? Because of all the reasons above that we've all understood. So digital marketing is going to get bigger, and it is going to get so bigger that yes, you will be forced to learn digital marketing. So mark my words, it is actually in our I would say it is in our interest that we can embrace the concept of digital marketing as soon as possible, because this wave of digital marketing is going to stay for a very, very long time, unless there is an alien invasion and the earth is destroyed completely. Digital marketing will stay till the last atom. Okay, now moving on to the next point. Now let's understand the opportunity from a real life example point of view. We have been discussing about all the gyan, but now let's understand what exactly digital marketing has been uh, leveraging in real world. So digital marketing has been instrumental in unearthing and finding the unfound opportunities post COVID-19. Now let's understand. It sounds all fancy, but let's understand with a real life example. So let's talk about the first example, which is MNS. So can anyone guess what is MNS? It is the latest opportunity which has originated from the COVID-19 impact. Okay, so there are a few people attempting. Don't bother. I'll just share it straight away. So MNS is nothing but the mask and sanitizers, which have been really popular ever since COVID-19 has actually bothered us since this March. So masks and sanitizers, can you imagine, this is such a new industry. And in fact, I on a lighter note, I would say more than the total patients of COVID-19 across the globe, there are people who are actually directly or indirectly involved in selling these masks and sanitizers. And so and this is something which you would find imagine unbelievable if someone told you that mask and sanitizer business will be a key business last year. If someone told you in December 19 that why don't you stock mask and sanitizer and start this business, you would term that person a lunatic. But now this thing has become the most essential part. So remember when we were taught the essential goods and services in our 11th and 12th standard of commerce, that what are the essential goods and services? Okay, it's food, it's shelter, it's financial stability. Now add one more point to it, that is the mask and sanitizers. And trust me, and it's not just that the people around us are into mask and sanitizers. Even big companies, corporates, as much as our very own beloved bhai of Bollywood, Salman Khan, has also launched a sanitizer brand called Fresh, which is FRSH. Just imagine Salman Khan launching a sanitizer brand. So priority is now shifting from being human to being safe. Sounds so amusing. And so now talking about the PPE. Now PPE is something which was completely unheard of. And when Mr. Modi, the Prime Minister, in his address mentioned that prior to COVID-19, India never had any PPE manufacturing facility, but now as a nation we manufacture 3 lakh PPE kits per day, which is completely humongous, unbelievable. So, if you can see, we have not just created new products in the market post COVID-19, but yes, we have established a new industry altogether. Completely, it's just absurd, I would say. Yeah, but yes, it's true as it is, and yes, we have the facts and figures in front of us. Talking about the companies that have found the new opportunities, so I would talk about a global company like Skoda, which is so popular about its beautiful cars that they manufacture. The Lauras, the Supers, and the Rapids of the world are now manufacturing masks in their facility. So it's some things which even Skoda would not have imagined 6 months ago. But yes, they are doing it. Similarly, Swiggy, as we all know, is responsible for or for satisfying our taste buds at at odd hours also. But yes, now Swiggy has been into supplying essential goods and services, something which was completely unheard of. So these are the unfound opportunities which were completely unavailable, absent, unheard before the COVID-19 impact, but now they are very much in front of us. Similarly, I'll talk about the epic role play of Belvisher. So the opportunities that the companies have, or we have, it is not the time to sell products by push selling, or by talking about why my product is better than the competitor's product. This is the time when companies should invest their strategies in becoming the well wisher of the consumers. Let me tell you one thing very, very clearly and openly. uh, the companies may communicate to you over the last 50 to 20 years, 30 years, 50 years. Okay. But how a company will communicate to you in this time of crisis is something the consumer will always remember for the rest of his life. So you may be a push selling company, or you may be employing aggressive selling strategies, but at this moment, if you don't understand the psychology of the customer, if you don't understand what he's been going through, then I think there is something which will take you away from your consumers in these times. Just imagine, if you have a consumer, and let's not make it a consumer and the marketing thing always. Let's talk about normal human beings. If you and me, if we are sad, if we are not happy, if we are bothered about for some personal reason, and then there is some other person who comes up and says, hey, I want you to borrow, I want you to lend me $50 or $100. We don't welcome such a person. It becomes a weird situation, because we are already sad in the first place, and then the other person approaching us at this moment, we want the other person to understand us, to empathize us. So this is something which the company should understand. Similarly, there have been examples like Taj Group, which have been you know supplying food to the health workers free of cost. We have been seeing Lifebuoy ads talking about the social responsibility of washing hands. Similarly, for all the students out here, you must have come across Upgrad, which is actually a e-learning in e-learning platform, which deals in e-learning courses. So for this lockdown period, Upgrad has come up with some free workshops which help you in building your employable skills. Similarly, we talk about the new evolution of Earth. So we're talking about this, COVID impact. I would say it's we are now welcoming the new version of Earth, which is the Earth 2.0, where I would like to repeat, where we are not just looking for expert in one single domain. We are looking for people who are experts in several domains. So while the pre-COVID world would have luxuries of employing a digital marketing manager, a social media marketing manager, a PPC manager, an events manager, or a marketing manager. Now, with the post COVID situation, everything is going to consolidate in the one category, the marketing manager, who will also be doing your digital marketing, the social media thing, the events, everything. So, it is the time when you have to own not just one but many domains, right? Now, talking about challenges, I will not waste much time on challenges, because I personally don't believe there's something like challenges. Yes, there are some points which we need to really look upon. The first thing is that tapping the untapped. Yes, digital marketing has some limitations, because we are currently 564 million regular users out of 130 crore population, which is not even 50%. So all those people who are not connected to internet, the rural population, they are still not touched by digital marketing. Similarly, there's a drastic change in the CPV. CPV is the customer perceived value. So while pre-COVID, I would buy multiple things, in number of things, because I'm searching through my Flipkarts and the Amazons of the world, and though I may not find them absolutely essential for my life, I would still buy. But now customers are going to buy only goods and services which they find they really require. So all the window shopping and all the, I would say impulse buying is going to stop for a short while, if not longer term. Similarly, the growing apprehensions over cybersecurity will haunt us for a long time, because with people losing hope, losing jobs, and becoming a little disappointing, discouraging after the impact of COVID-19, there will be a lot of uh, security issues, where you would come across some malware, some phishing scams, some smishing scams, talking about giving you work from home jobs. So such type of scams, frauds are actually a threat to digital marketing. Next is the myopic view of digital marketing. Some people are still of the view that digital marketing is a short term phase. Some companies, particularly the small companies, don't really don't really credit the value which digital marketing deserves, and they are really happy with the traditional form of marketing, and they still are waiting for the golden era when COVID-19 will end, and there will be no impact of COVID-19, and everything will run as smooth as previously. But I'm sorry to say, we will have to live with the impact of COVID-19 at least for a couple of years, if not more. Next point is strength is the weakness. Now that's a weird point, but yes, to elaborate about this point, strength strength of digital marketing is that you can reach to the microscopic customers also. Just to give you an example, Google allows you to run your marketing campaigns as narrow as in the 10 kilometers radius of your college. So if I want to target the students of Central University of Haryana, I will devise a campaign which will target only on the students who are in the 10 kilometers radius of Haryana. Now that is such a beautiful strength. However, the weakness is that digital marketing campaigns expose your company's shortcomings. So if you have a wonderful product listing on Facebook, listed on Flipkart and the Amazon, if a customer gives a bad review, then it is seen by everyone, and which actually impacts the credibility of your product and your company. Next, I would talk about the repertoire of unskilled talent, unskilled manpower. Now, what is this? It is a very fancy thing to talk about digital marketing. Digital marketing sounds like our digital marketers should sound like a cool hacker, as they show in movies, who hacks every website, every digital technique. But no, the point is digital marketing is something which is way more beyond, and which is not related to hacking websites alone. It is about reaching your customers on a very real time basis. But the sad part about the digital marketing part is that only a fraction of people are actually skilled in digital marketing. More, if you talk about marketing as a function, more people will be happy to tell you about the television ads. More people will tell you that doing marketing activities in the market, putting up hoardings, banners, and printing leaflets, and talking about the FM campaigns, talking about the banners, all across the city if there's an event. But very few have the understanding of how to run a digital marketing campaign. Most of the people are actually not aware about digital marketing. So now, everyone who is listening to me, I want you to pay attention for the next 15 minutes. Yes, 15 minutes, because I'm going to start a very small. I'm going to do a very small do-it-yourself exercise, which will help you big deal in your life, in your job, and your future endeavors. And mind you, this is not just for the students alone. This is for all the working professionals, and for everyone who is watching this webinar live and attending to it. Okay, now comes the soul, the backbone of this presentation, which is asking yourself, are you digitally atmanirbhar? So remember, this atmanirbhar is a new, I would say, refound term, which is recoined by our Prime Minister Mr. Modi, where he talks about being Atmanirbhar and being self-dependent without the dependency on any country or any particular sector. So my question to each one of you is, are you digitally Atmanirbhar? You need not answer me, but you can ask yourself, because what we are going to do in the next 15 minutes will be life changing for you. This is my promise to you. Please pay attention. The next few slides are going to be are going to be transformational for you as far as the digital marketing is concerned. So I'm not saying you will be reborn and there'll be a new avatar for you, but yes, as far as the digital marketing is concerned, you are going to witness something very critical. Again, so my question to you is, so whenever I ask people, what do you think, how digitally Atmanirbhar you are, or how digitally active you are? So people, generally when I ask this question to students, to working professionals, to people, everyone has some fancy answers. They come up with some very cute and innocent answers, like, sir, yes, I'm digitally active, I'm digitally Atmanirbhar because I'm on Facebook. Wow. I'm on YouTube. I watch a lot of videos. Great, fantastic. I'm on Twitter. I tweet. Brilliant, bingo. And then comes the most, the most beautiful category. And people come up with me, sir. I'm on TikTok. Haven't you seen my videos? I'm a TikTok star. I feel like clapping, huh? Then comes majority of the population. Oh, come on, we've been using WhatsApp for years now. What do you think? We are not digitally active. And then comes the young generation, which talks about, oh, haven't you seen my pics on Instagram? I'm active on Instagram. But let me tell you, these are also cute and I would say innocent answers that you can't just stop but laugh around it. Because if you think that this is being digitally active, I'm sorry, you are not digitally active. So please don't take it otherwise, because I'm not saying you're not active at all. My point to note over here is you are active, but you're active on social media. You're not active on digital media. So you may be a social media Atmanirbhar, as you may like to call yourself, but yes, you are not digitally Atmanirbhar. Because now what is digitally Atmanirbhar? I've been talking a lot about being digitally Atmanirbhar, but what is it exactly? So to make it simple, I have categorized the levels of digital Atmanirbharta into three levels. Okay. Now this is very important, people. Please pay attention, because I'm going to share some practical insights about the digital Atmanirbharta. So as I've shared, there are I have I shared some three levels of the digital Atmanirbharta, which will help you how digital Atmanirbhar are you. So it's more of a do it yourself exercise. This is more of an introspection check. This is more to make you ready. And with a word of caution, let me put a disclaimer. This exercise is not to pull you down. This is not to make you feel bad. If you don't know, please learn it, because this is something which is need of the hour. Okay, so there are three levels. The level one is you are active. Okay, if you're digital Atmanirbhar, you are active on the digital Atmanirbharta. And second level, so first level is more of a beginner level. Okay, the second level is the intermediate level, which talks about being smart. So you are smart on the level of Atmanirbharta. Third is the pro level, which is the advanced or the expert level of the digital Atmanirbharta. Now, this is all gyan unless I don't explain it. So let's understand what are these three levels. So I'm going to share some practical insights. Now, what people ask me, what is being active on digital media? So being active on digital platform or digital Atmanirbharta is something when you know how to make digital payments. So if you know how to make payments on digital platform like Paytm, Google Pay, or banking apps like iMobile, ICICI Bank, or every bank has some or the other banking app. If you know how to pay anything or make any payment through digital means, yes, you are active. Similarly, if you know how to shop online, the Amazon, the Flipkart, the Swiggy, and the Zomatos, yes, you can say you are active. Next, if you know how to post ads online, like on OLX, yes, you are active. Also, if you know how to use Excel and PowerPoint, yes, you are digitally active. Moving ahead, If you have a recognizable presence on LinkedIn, yes, you are active. And if you understand the jargon of the digital world, so the jargon is the terminology. For example, like the campaigns, the keywords, the ROI, the SEO. So if you understand these jargons, yes, you are active. Similarly, if you have good communication skills, spoken and written, yes, you are active. Last, my last may be funny to you, but yes, it's important. If you understand almost all the features of your smartphone, yes, you can say you are active. So you are active. You're on the active level of digital Atmanirbharta. Talking about the smart level is actually the upgrading to the next level. So if you have digital marketing knowledge about the concepts, about the jargon, about the functioning of how digital marketing functions or works, yes, you are smart. Similarly, if you have good knowledge of productivity tools. Now, what are productivity tools? So there are different productivity tools which add to your productivity. It can be Canva. Canva is a tool for your designing, related to imagery, related to creating beautiful campaigns over on the image platform. So Canva is a beautiful designing tool. Similarly, Evernote is a productivity tool which is more of a to-do list to organize what you do, what you plan. It's more of a planner. Mail merge, it is very important when you're connecting with a bigger audience in your office or otherwise. If you know advanced Excel, yes, not just the you know adding columns and rows, but yes, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, the pivots, the macros. Yes, you are smart. Similarly, if you know editing softwares, now video editing softwares are a lot many. It can be Filmora, it can be Power Director, it can be Camtasia, it can be anything. But you must know it can be as simple as iMovie software in your iPhone. So my question to all the iOS users, the iPhone users, how many of you know how to use iMovie software in your iPhone? Let me tell you, it is one of the most powerful tool if you're using a smartphone like Apple. Similarly, how many of you so if you know how to host and conduct virtual meetings on official platforms like Cisco, WebEx, Google Meet, Zoom, etc., yes, you can say you are smart. Moving ahead, if you understand the data analytics, I'm not talking about the account books. I'm talking about the digital analytics, like the Google analytics, like your reports, the Excel reports, the SPSS of the world. So if you understand how they work, and if you understand their impact on business and profitability, you can say yes, you're smart. Next is excellent communication skills, both spoken and written. Now, whenever I discuss this point, a lot of students come to me and say, what has communication skills got to do with the digital marketing? The answer to which is, it has got to do everything. Why? Because as one of the panelists said, that now you are not meeting your end customer or the intended recipient face to face. So there's no point if you wear a very expensive perfume, or if you look if you have a very appealing personality, if you can't talk to your consumers in the best of the language, in the right context. And it is not only about flaunting English or flaunting your accent, it is also about the right message, which is why I said written skills. So if you're making an ad, if you're making a digital marketing ad, people are going to ignore your ad if the content of your ad is not appealing. Similarly, if you're talking to your client over a Zoom call, and if you can't put your points effectively, maybe the client may not get a confident feeling from the discussion that you're doing. Last in the smart category would be if you're updated with the current trends and happenings in the digital space, yes, you're smart. Now in this, I have mentioned an example, TikTok. Now TikTok is something like, I think almost every second teenager or the youth is on TikTok. However, not everyone knows that TikTok is a brilliant tool, not for entertainment, but yes, for advertising. Yes, you might be surprised knowing this, but TikTok has one of the highest, or I would say one of the highest reach on the young population as far as advertising is concerned. So much so that even Facebook, which is considered to be the grandfather of digital marketing in social media, is advertising on TikTok, right? So yes, that's something which, if you are aware about the current trends, you can call yourself smart. So you are digitally, so you're smart level. So you've reached the smart level on the digital Atmanirbharta. I will take a pause over here and focus on the first two levels only, because had this session been conducted in the pre-COVID era, so if I were presenting this session in September last year or the June last year, we would not require the pro level so much. But now the COVID-19 has changed everything. It's something like you snap like Thanos and the entire world disappears. So now COVID-19 is snapping the fingers, and a lot many changes are coming into place, which is why the next level comes into place, which is the pro category. But now, what is the pro level? Now, pro level is something which is beyond your normal expectations. So call yourself a pro if you know how to conduct digital events. Now, what are digital events? So events, we all know offline events. We have all seen offline events. We have all seen on TV. We have all seen in real life. If you can conduct that digital event online, like this very webinar, which is being streamed live on YouTube, if you can conduct such a digital event, yes, you are qualified to be called a pro. Similarly, for all those people who are in different organizations or who will be joining companies very soon, once you pass out, you will be asked to conduct digital R&R events, the rewards and recognition events on online, okay, via different tools like Zoom, Cisco, WebEx, Jitsi, and Microsoft Teams. So at that moment, you cannot say, I'm sorry, I don't know, I will have to learn. You must be ready for that, because opportunity will not ask you before knocking your door. Second thing, which is very important, in the changing times, it is very important that you should know how to create objective oriented digital campaigns on popular platforms like Google Ads, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, everything. You cannot just be speechless. So while in the bigger companies also, the large size companies also, in this domain, everything was being outsourced to a digital marketing agency for at least for some time in the large organization, and for a very longer time in the small and the medium enterprises, digital campaigns will be run and executed in house. They will not be any outsourced agencies, because company will focus on saving cost, right? Next is, call yourself pro if you know how to conduct a WhatsApp and an SMS based marketing campaign. So WhatsApp marketing is something which is now pushing the envelope and creating ripples. We have all used WhatsApp. I don't think there is someone on this planet who has a smartphone but does not use WhatsApp, right? So we have been already using WhatsApp, but how often have we used WhatsApp as a marketing tool? Now is the time when you must learn how to use WhatsApp as a marketing tool. Similarly, SMS based marketing is something which is going to stay for a very longer time. Also, the next point, you must know the good knowledge. You must have good knowledge of advanced tools. Now, what are the advanced tools? Advanced tools, talking about Photoshop. So the designing part of it. So there are some things which even Canva can't do, which are to be done by a Photoshop. Now you can't go and call up a vendor every time that please use your Corel and Photoshop and do this for me, because he will charge you money. Instead, you yourself can learn Photoshop and make your company proud, and it can gain those brownie points in front of your boss. And even if you are a self-employed person, you have your own business, why being dependent on the other people? Next thing is the web designing. Web designing, we all know how important it is. Content development is a very important tool, because your content will be the king. So what you say, what you portray to your consumers, to your clients, is something which will decide the course of how professional you are. remarketing, creating backlinks, affiliate marketing is something which may sound completely alien to you right now, but yes, it is going to be a critical job requirement if you are the future manager of post COVID-19 era. Uh, Also, I would talk about the decision making ability based on analytical reports. So, while in the smart level, we have understood how to read and understand the digital reports, it is equally important and the pressing need that you must now start making decisions on what you read in those digital reports. If you are able to make decisions, if you are able to make strategies, both tactical and long term, so it will be really critical in the pro level of role. uh, Next, I would talk about blogging. Blogging will actually be a very key skill if you are a pro level Atmanirbhar, because blogging takes your word across boundaries. It is not just your consumers, but yes, people across the globe. So if you write your own blog, fantastic. My compliments to you. But if you haven't, I think it is time that you should start thinking about it. Last, I would talk about a YouTube channel. We are so fond of attending the YouTube channels of different YouTubers. So there are some technical YouTubers, there are some dance based YouTubers, there are some YouTubers who are always dying to give you gyan related to anything. Okay, so if you have your own YouTube channel, trust me, it is going to take you places, particularly for the self-employed segment, because you are now not dependent on those expensive campaigns of running TVCs and FM campaigns. So all in all, this sums up about your requirements of being a pro level candidate for your being digital Atmanirbhar. So next time, if you feel like asking the question, are there any opportunities in the digital marketing post COVID? I my answer to you is you are asking a wrong question, because the right question to ask is, am I digitally Atmanirbhar to grab those opportunities? So yes, there is an ocean of opportunities. There's a plethora of opportunities in the digital space. It is up to you how ready you are to grab those opportunities. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for being such a lovely audience. I am so delighted to share my insights with you. I hope you find them useful. Please try to utilize whatever I have said, because I don't think this is something which you can ignore any longer now. And this is something which is going to really you know help you big time. This is how the session has all been. Thank you, Divya ma'am. Thank you, all the organizers,
Thank
all the
you.
participants, Before I leave, you can join me on LinkedIn. This is my code on LinkedIn. Why I am focusing on LinkedIn? You must have seen in my first slide also that I have spoken about LinkedIn. Now again, I'm back to LinkedIn. It's no rocket science. It's just that out of all the networking apps, LinkedIn is the only app which actually helps you in in building productivity. Rest all apps, they may or may not, but yes, they are more for entertaining platform. But yes, LinkedIn is one platform which will for sure take you to the desired growth in life. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Please stay indoors, stay home, or work from home. Work from home is office, but please stay safe. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Alok, just 10 minutes. We are having few questions from the
Yeah.
students. So I'm reading those questions. It is
Please.
from a student, Reena. Is digital marketing also giving birth to barter system?
Sorry, I missed the last one. Is really giving birth to?
Barter system. Is digital marketing also giving birth to barter system?
Yes, very much, very much. In fact, barter system has always been, it has always been prevalent for years now. However, with digital marketing, things will take a new turn, because uh, as we see, as we have seen in the session, it is it is beginning of an era where the tangible aspect of marketing is going to bite the dust very soon. So what will you do? Will you talk about exchange of cash? Will you talk about exchange of physical attributes? I don't think so. We have to talk about barter system. We have to talk about what I have in store for you and what you have in store for me. So I may be someone who may not give you a monetary benefit, but yes, I am someone who is going to give you a very growth oriented benefit. As in fact, thank you so much for bringing up this question, because just to give you a live example of the answer to your question, the very webinar that we are attending right now is nothing but a barter. I am just sharing my perspective, my insights, and what I'm getting from you is nothing but your sweet comments that you're appreciating. So that's again a very very funny barter. But yes, barter system is going to stay here for long, and with digital marketing post COVID-19, digital barter will go to unprecedented heights. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you, Alok. There is another question. By what extent banks are using or can use the remote working concept during or after this pandemic?
Okay, so remote working concept. I hope that that question is not from a banker. Anyway, so okay, so to put things straight, I've been a banker for almost for more than 6 years now, and from financial industry for more than a decade. So I think I'm qualified to answer this question. Uh, so now let me share a very personal experience. When the lockdown 1.0 was declared by the government, everything came to a standstill. I had a lot of friends in my corporate fraternity who were like, now who were like that from tomorrow we don't need to go to office. And I was like, okay, great, fantastic. But whenever I told them, but I can't wait, I have to go to office because I am in the banking sector. So they were like, banking sector, you are not a doctor, you're not in police that you have to go to your office. I said, I may not be a police or a healthcare worker, but yes, I am a part of the essential services category. And being a part of the essential services category, I am required by the nation as much as a doctor or a health or a police employee is required. So remote. So in such a scenario, what we did was we rationalized our staff. So not the we didn't allow 100% of the audience in our branches, we didn't allow 100% of the staff in our branches. We had some 50% of the staff working on rotation shift. We also rationalized the customers who are entering in the branch. And to answer to your question, as high as 50% of the banking staff population was allowed the access to work from home. And trust me, since I'm a part of the banking industry, I can vouch for it. The results, the productivity has only increased with time and not decreased as it was thought to be. So yes, remote working culture is here to stay, and though it may be very much in fashion in the IT and the IT related sectors, in the non-IT sectors like the banking, the FMCG, and the education, it is also be very very popular. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok. Alok, students has requested our marketing faculty, Dr. Ajay Kumar, to give a view about digital marketing for 2 minutes. Because he's a marketing researcher, so students has requested to put his views on digital marketing. So please stay with us for 10 minutes more. I request you to please stay. Dr. Ajay. Dr. Ajay.
Yes, Dr. Divya.
Yes, please give us your 2 minutes and give us your insight about digital marketing.
No, I think Alok has actually wonderfully explained it. We've got these observations and these suggestions from the student side. Some questions are also there. But I think that most of the part has already been covered by Alok wonderfully. He's the practitioner. So now the things, I mean, specifically one very wonderful question asked by Reena, wherein the barter thing is actually she has emphasized on that, how it is going to change. Now there is one more question. I think it is a suggestion also from the student side, if kind of Alok can comment on this. Now this student is saying that we perhaps are overemphasizing onto one section of the society who are perhaps the tech savvy people. How can we think of those people who are not that tech savvy, because they would also come under the bracket of the people who can potentially be impacted by the digital marketing? So essentially, maybe what she is trying to ask is that how the rural marketing can be benefited by the digital marketing. So this is, I think, one thing which I would also like to hear from Alok, and then we can take it forward for a minute or two.
So first of all, I would like to really express my gratitude because I was dying to hear such a question, and trust me, I was just I had attended this webinar from 10 a.m. today, and when the panelists were actually discussing about the techniques and the technology and everything, so I believe there was one more keen participant who had asked this question about what about the rural marketing, what about the rural India. So thank you so much for this question. Now it gives me immense pleasure to share a very insightful story about the rural marketing. Now, since I'm also handling the rural part of my territory, so I think I'm qualified to answer by sharing one storytelling technique about it, one by sharing a very cute and interesting part of this question. When in ICICI Bank, when we started the rural marketing, we had this biggest challenge of connecting with the audience. So banks and the different organizations come up with some customer engagement programs. So a bank would come up with some engagement program related to Mother's Day. Some would say about Independence Day. Some would say essay competition of children. So often companies, not only banking sector, often companies from different sectors come up with some fancy engagement programs. Now, over the years, everything has become digital and technical. And when we talk about using technology as a mode of communication, what the first thing that comes to our mind is, okay, I am privileged, I have a smartphone, I am using the most advanced apps, I am digital active. Okay, not the pro level, but at least the digital active is. What about my rural cousin, that is Bharat, not the India? So to all those who are listening, please, I would like to share, kindly make note of this, whatever I am saying. Digital marketing is not only restricted to social media. Okay, digital marketing is not restricted to smartphone and laptop. Digital marketing is not restricted to Android and iOS. Digital marketing is beyond that. So what is that beyond? Enough of this and that. Let's understand what is digital marketing for rural lot. So just to give you, now let me ask you, how many of you agree to it that majority of the rural population doesn't use a smartphone? Yes, majority of the population doesn't use a smartphone, right? Because the youngsters have started using it. Okay, fine, they may be using the lower end of the lower end of the models of the companies like Nokia, Oppo, Vivo. Okay, they are not, they may not be using the OnePluses and the Apples of the world, but yes, the young population has started using smartphone. But how do I cater to the population which is not using smartphone? So I come up with some techniques which will bypass that technology and will reach the right customer through techniques like SMS marketing. So I talk about banking sector because this is something which I have done personally. In rural sectors where our customers don't have smartphones, we make them use the SMS based marketing. We tell them how to use their bank account. We tell them how to use how we tell them how to transfer your money through SMS. We tell them how to use we tell them how to type one and send and your money is transferred. We tell them how to use your Jan Dhan account. We tell them how to use your banking services through SMS. Now, this is something which was a path breaking insight that we did, that we learned when we ran this SMS based campaign. You won't believe the the response of this SMS based campaign was so tremendous in the rural areas that it completely breached all our expectations. People now they need not go to and request someone that please use your smartphone to transfer my money. Now if I have a basic smartphone as basic as a Nokia, I don't know which models Nokia is selling nowadays, but as a basic Nokia or a basic keypad phone, but if you know if you know how to send SMS, obviously, which everyone knows. Okay, so now you can use that digital marketing through SMS marketing, which is a completely fantastic tool. And let me tell you, uh, for all those people who are underestimating the penetration of smartphones, I can vouch on this. I have some relatives in from the rural parts of the country also. The engagement that these people have on Facebook and TikTok, people, I'm telling you, you will be shocked and amazed. I myself was. They are so active and live on Facebook and TikTok. I so as a marketer, I need not worry about whether my customer is accessing smartphone or not. My worry should be whether I'm placing my ads at the right platforms. Okay, so these are two aspects. So the SMS based marketing was a breakthrough, and yes, let's not underestimate the digital marketing or the use of smartphones in the rural India. Thank you.
Thank you, Alok, for deliberating on this. Now, just to conclude this the session, I would just like to add to what you have said. Now, there are a lot of such questions are coming up. Now, you spoke about this rural thing. I think we must not forget one thing, that we have always been kind of overlooking the capabilities of our rural market by saying that they do not know this, they are not tech savvy and all that. I think we can go back to the discussion that Vishal Sharma did from the Deloitte. He was speaking of that they can see the economy after Corona times into two broad spectrums. One like elastic resilience, and then the structural changes. Maybe the Corona would land up into the structural changes which are going to be forever. So we are going to have permanent behavioral changes in the way we talk and the way we behave. And when such pressure comes up, now the history has given us a lot of reasons to believe that whenever such pressures come, we actually get change. I mean, just imagine, who would have thought that today we would be talking digitally? Across the nation, the universities are doing this. I mean, it would be a classic, uh, big vehement no if you would have asked in normal times to talk to people and tell them that just okay, let's talk of a digital conference like this. When pressure is here, we actually get to do the things. And our rural market is also like this. I see them as to be capable of doing everything, and when the time comes, they will behave, and they will behave positively towards it also, right? So I definitely again would like to stress on that point that times are changing. We have to be with the time. And the slide that you've shown us, that are you Atmanirbhar digitally, that is an important slide, because we have to live with it, and we have to make ourselves capable of living in such an environment. So I think with those words, we are very delighted, Alok, to hear you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
The session was really interactive. And I don't know whether you have been looking at the YouTube or not. There are a lot of people who have been actually praising and speaking all the good words about the time that you have spent, and they have actually been benefited out of it. So
So
now,
I would like to, sorry to interrupt. I would like to extend a special note of thanks to everyone who has posted, such sweet comments on YouTube. For all those who would like to connect with me, you can connect me on LinkedIn. Sorry, I'm not on Facebook, but yes, LinkedIn, again, productivity matters. So you're all welcome. And I wish you all the very best in your journey on becoming digitally Atmanirbhar. Thank you so much. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, everyone.
Alok, just 1 minute. We have an official vote of thanks in pending. So now, if I can invite Professor Ranveer Singh from the Tourism Department, Central University of Haryana, for the formal vote of thanks. Over to you, Professor Ranveer.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for vote of thanks. Dear participants, it has been our pleasure to host all the participants in this session, a part of our 3-day webinar at our university. I am thankful to the participants for joining with us. We have been fortunate enough to listen from galaxy of eminent persons from academia as well as from industry. I'm sure that the participants must have benefited by their thought-provoking views. I am very thankful to our Vice Chancellor, Professor R. C. Kuharji, for his generous support, and I'm sure that our School of Business Management Studies will continue to get his support for conducting such events in future also. I am very much thankful to Professor Rajesh Malik ji for his continuous support and advice, which have greatly helped towards the successful organization of this webinar. I am thankful all of our expert of previous plenary session.
Sir, your voice is not coming. Professor Ranbir, your voice is not coming. You are not reaching us. Professor Ranbir, if you can hear us, okay, I think that we are having some technical issues with Professor Ranveer. So we are grateful to Professor Ranveer for his time. Maybe we could not get in touch with him. So now if I can conclude this session to complete the vote of thanks being proposed by Professor Ranveer. It has been wonderful. The university administration, vice chancellor, our senior professors who have actually contributed to the idea of this workshop. And then obviously to Mr. Alok because he has taken this session, and this vote of thanks is for this session. So Alok, really it is coming time and again, and we mean it, that it has actually been a wonderful session. So we actually have cherished the last 40 to 45 minutes that we have spent with you, and we hope that you will keep on communicating with our students, and I think it is going to be a learning session for all of us taken together. So thank you,
Thank you
Alok.
so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So now for the participants who are there, this is just for the information that I think the schedule is there with you. So we would be now taking up a little lunch break, and we would.
Dr. Ajay?
Yes, Dr. Anand.
I interrupt in between. And let's propose 2 lines for our young and enthusiastic participants.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously, see, it is only because of participants that we are doing this. I always say that whenever any such conferences takes place, we cannot talk to chairs, and the idea of this discussion is to enrich the young minds, and their contribution in the webinar is paramount, because it is only your questions, it is only your presence which makes the discussion enriched. So there is no doubt onto it. If it is going to be a one way communication, then we could have simply watched the YouTube video also. But you have contributed, and we are actually overwhelmed. Our head of department, Dr. Anand Sharma, was also, and Dr. AP Sharma was also saying that so many questions are coming up. In fact, Dr. AP Sharma has also been typing onto the YouTube and thanking the students for getting engaged in those questions. So participants, this is what we want from you. This is what make the discussions enriching, and this is what makes sense to this webinar also, right? So I hope that you will keep on showering such presence of yours in the times to come for 2 days. So thank you so much. We would again be getting back to the session with normalcy. Schedule is there with you. Now let us take lunch break. We will see you at 3 p.m. So till then, take your lunch, and then we will get back to you. Thank you so much.
ये अर्चना यादव मेरा
Dr. Ajay. Dr. Ajay.
Yes, sir.
What are we waiting for?
We're waiting for the key speaker to join the session.
Okay.
Yeah, we're waiting for the key speaker to join the session. It will take, I think it will take next few minutes to join in.
Yeah, just now I have spoken to expert, and he will be joining us within next 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. By the time participants and students, they can think over the topic. What can be the probable aspect of this topic? This topic is very important. Now we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat. So this topic is related to opportunities for entrepreneurship development. Very important and crucial topic. Not many people are losing job. Certainly, the students can think over how we will take advantage of this sort of
आइए नहीं, इससे आवाज आएगी ना, इसे क्लियर होगा यार, इसी से समझ आएगा। नहीं, मैं बोल लूंगा अगर क्लियरिटी है तो ठीक है, नहीं तो
Dr. AP, your audio is on. Dr. AP? Dr. Ajay?
Dear participants, we will be joining the session back in few minutes. But we are waiting for our key speaker, Mr. Amit Goel, to join this session. So he's going to speak about the opportunities for entrepreneurship development. So as Dr. Anand highlighted that it is very much necessary and need of an art to be Atmanirbhar. So for making you Atmanirbhar, we have designed our seminar, or you can say a webinar, in such a manner that there is a linkage between every session. As you can see, there is a story building is there in every session. So before like in the before lecture was more focused on the digital platforms which you can utilize to be Atmanirbhar. Now, how you can be Atmanirbhar, Mr. Amit Goel would be telling us, and he is a founder CEO of KNM Marketing, which is again his business venture. He created it. So let's wait for him to join. It will take next few minutes. I request everyone to be patient. I'm handing over the session to Dr. AP Sharma.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Just now I have spoken to expert Mr. Amit Goel. He will be joining us in a moment or so, and the topic on which he is going to deliberate is opportunity for entrepreneurship development. As Dr. Anand Sharma, head of department, just now discussed, along with Dr. Devya, the new terminology that has been given by our Prime Minister of India, that is Atmanirbhar. Atmanirbhar, to my mind, is just like a synonym of entrepreneurship. So just like the students who have a dream to be a civil servant, who want to crack or everyone wish to crack UPSC. So just like those who are interested in business, they just want to develop and create their own business, because there are two aspects. If you can have your own business, you can give employment to others, and or you will have to work for others. So both are the different eligibility. So to be an entrepreneur, you need to be a risk taker, you need to be an innovator, you need to have different new ideas, then only you can move ahead, and that is only the need of the hour. So on the same platform, we have just invited one of the young entrepreneur who has developed his own business maybe in last 8 to 10 years or so, and he has not only developed, but he has grown his business to such a level that now he is dealing in with so many countries. So today we'll be having Mr. Amit Goel as an expert, who is currently the CEO and MD of a marketing company. The name of that marketing company is KNAM Marketing Private Limited, and that is placed in Noida. Mr. Goel has just conceived this idea, and he has developed this corporation, and the main purpose of his company is import and export of the product, recycled products. So he has developed such a thing that generally what we see today, we are having a new concept, that is green marketing. Green marketing is just we see a byproduct of this recycling process, that how we can just protect our environment, how we can make our products more cheaper, and so many other things. So Mr. Amit Goel will be deliberating on the various issues, that how you can set up your own business starting from scratch, and how you can take it to new heights. If I talk about the qualification of Mr. Amit, he is MBA with a specialization in marketing and finance from IIPM, and he is a enthusiast traveler. He is a food lover, and when you travel from one place to other place, that means that gives you more and more ideas, and that ideas can be incorporated in your own business, and that's what Mr. Goel has been doing.
Dr.
And
taking advantage of this time, when by the time he joins, I would like to inform all the participants that day after tomorrow there will be a young entrepreneur. You will not believe what he is doing. He, after serving for around 10 years in Big Bazaar, Pantaloon, he has left that coveted job, and he has started his own venture known as mangalpujan.com. Taking this lockdown period as an opportunity, Mr. who will meet you day after tomorrow on 15th, he will talk to you about that how during this lockdown period, many people wanted to do some, kind of pujas, some kind of rituals at their home, but they were not able to do. Even to that extent, some people wanted to organize, Sundarkand part, but they were not able to organize. Through his online initiative, within in India, 9% this market is untapped, unorganized. So certainly people like you can tap many more these kind of areas. Usually you can say done by unorganized sectors. So, taking this advantage, you would like to, yes, yes.
Sir, I would like to give some of the information to the registered participants, as some of the people are asking me about the registration. Sorry, we cannot register you now, but you can stream us by the YouTube link. We have a good bunch of speakers, and there is a information to the registered participants. I have already mailed you the feedback link. I have sent the feedback form link on the Telegram group. Whosoever has not received the link, they can kindly mail me or ping me on Telegram. I hope I am very clear. Whosoever has not received the feedback form link, it is a request to all the registered participants of the webinar who have not received the feedback link form can mail me or ping me on Telegram or WhatsApp. I will send you the feedback form link. And the feedback form is open till 6 p.m. today in the evening. So tomorrow we will more streamline the things, as today there is, because of the technical error, there were few issues which were arising. So I, being the coordinator of this program, I apologize on behalf of my whole team that due to the technical error we are not able to stream smoothly. So kindly cooperate with us for today. We are doing best to give you the best things and best knowledge. So, Dr. AP Sharma, when is the external speaker joining? Dr. AP Sharma? Dr. AP Sharma?
Just a moment, ma'am.
Okay.
Actually, his link is not working, so I'm resending him the link.
Okay, fine, sir, fine. So kindly, I would request all the participants to kindly cooperate with us. We can understand that we are taking a lot of your precious timings, but we are trying to give the best out of our what we have done in last few months. So kindly cooperate with us. And for any other queries, you can leave the query in YouTube live streaming. I'm just reading the queries, but as of now, I've not got any of the queries. What we have done in last few months.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
I'm handing over the session to Dr. AP.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Now our expert, Mr. Amit Goyal, has joined, and we welcome you, Mr. Amit Goyal, to
Many
our
thank you, Mr.
platform
Sharma.
and this international webinar. And before you join our session, I was just discussing about that how you could create your own business and how you have proved yourself that how effective and efficient entrepreneur you are. So I was discussing about that you have developed your own business and currently you are heading a company known as KNAM Marketing Private Limited, and that is dealing in import and export business of recycling products. That's what that is the need of the day. What we think that we are discussing a lot of green marketing at international platforms, and I think you are one of the company that is directly related to the green products. because green products are supposed to be the byproduct of all these recycling material that can reduce the cost and all. And not taking much of time, because our listeners have been waiting for you eagerly to listen. And for your just for information, I would like to inform you that we have allowed only limited people on this platform, but uh, a number of participants are attending and listening you on our live YouTube channel, Facebook channel, and all. So because to avoid all type of disturbing and all, we have put the limitation, and that is the reason we have not allowed them to join this Jitsi platform. But definitely they are all available to listen your expertise, your ideas, that how to be an entrepreneur, what can be done in the period of crisis, when we see that okay, now the government services and the other things are not going to happen in a short time. But yes, definitely the entrepreneurship is such an big event or thing that anytime you can do it at your own. So with this note, that yes, definitely we will be hearing you a lot about that how to be an entrepreneur. I hand over the mic to you, Mr. Amit Goel.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, Mr. Sharma, to give me an opportunity to speak in front of our young entrepreneurs and future entrepreneurs, I would say. First of all, I would like to introduce me. I'd like to give a small brief about me. Myself, Amit Goel, founder of Kenem Marketing. We started our business in 2009 with recycling opportunities in India. So, supporting the green environment. Thank you for a small and very brief introduction about myself. Yes. So, how we entered into this business, that is really very important. Looking at the scenario when I was working for a bank, so I was handling a lot of clients, okay, which were into recycling. Okay, they were into be it recycling of metals, be it recycling of paper, be it recycling of plastics. So at that very time, I thought that why not to take it forward and think that how I can support this recycling business in India, because that is the future. Okay. So that is how I entered into recycling business. And to my listeners, whoever kids, uh, my students of Central University or whatever students, those who are listening me, I would like to tell them that most important is your passion, what you consider, where you feel, that real feel about a problem solution. There are two ways of doing to be an entrepreneur. Number one, either you find a solution to a definite problem, or you take your passion to a certain level that helps the community, that helps the society. That is really very, very important to be a successful entrepreneur, right? And why I can say that? Number one, either you are solving a problem or you are helping a society. So, how I entered into a business to be an entrepreneur, I thought that I should help a society. How my efforts can help a society. And yes, most important, when you think about being an entrepreneur, it is very important that how you are going to make money out of it. Because just helping a society or just solving a problem is not the ultimate goal of anyone, right? There are people like that. But yes, when you think about being an entrepreneur, it is more important that how you make sense of that business and how you make money out of that business, right? That is most important. So every student, every listener, every future entrepreneur first have to find, first have to identify their interest, right? That where they are interested. Are they interested in finding this real problem, the solution to a real problem, or they want to find a solution for the society to help that? But ultimate goal should be how to make money out of it, right? So I would request anyone, if you have any questions or any particular Anything you want, any inputs from me, please go ahead. Mr. Sharma, Dr. Sharma.
Yeah, definitely, Goel sir, we will be getting lot of queries from the students on live YouTube, and we'll be recording the questions, and definitely last 10 to 20 minutes we will be discussing and deliberating on the questions. But I think before next, because the system or the plan what we have already instructed our students to put up their queries and curiosities, so that we can take up the questions and curiosities at the last 10 to 20 minutes. So if you can deliberate upon for next 20-30 minutes about entrepreneurship, that how, or with some live examples, like you have said that okay, you have developed a business recycling, what other opportunities you find for our young managers or the MBAs, those who are going to pass out this year or the next year, or they have passed out maybe previous year. So what should be the good thing for them, whether they should develop their own business, or most of the our business students, they are being hired for DBM,
I got
business
it.
BDM, business development managers. So instead of developing the business of others, how they can develop their own business? If you can deliberate upon this issue, that would be good for our students. And for and I would like to inform you that there are many teachers who are attending this session. There are many people from the industries. There are students also. So this is there is a type of mixed audience what we have today. Exclusively, if I say that we have only students, no, that would be wrong. We have a mix of, and the students from all over India are connected, starting from Bangalore to Kashmir, Gujarat, and we have number of students from government colleges, private institutions, as well as from industrial sector.
Okay.
Sir, there are few questions which are coming in the YouTube live streaming. Hi Amit, this is Dr. Divya. So
Hi, Dr. Divya.
I would like to place a few questions which are coming. That is, what are the new trends in entrepreneurship in COVID-19 situation?
Okay, lovely. I'll take it forward. So first of all, as I mentioned in the small brief, that when we talk about to be an entrepreneur, the first thing which is very important for everyone to understand is to find a real solution to a real problem. If we take it, a COVID-19 as a real problem, how and the ways out to come out of it or to fight against it. So we have seen recently, we have seen the PPE kits. They were never been produced or manufactured in India. But yes, there are a lot of companies, those who came up, found a real-time solution, how quick they can find to develop these PPE kits, Indian-made PPE kits. Same way with mask or sanitizer. There are a lot of different examples we can put in. So this is a very small and very brief example that yes, there was a problem, and the name of the problem was COVID-19, and the solution came into different factors, be it masks, gloves, sanitizers, or multiple different products in the market. And the product, when we talk about the COVID-19, I would give an example of even my own company. We came up with a very beautiful product which is called anti-COVID film to cover up the surfaces and convert that into copper surfaces. As we all know, copper is a substance. Why I'm telling you this? Just to understand everyone how to find a solution to a particular problem, right? This is a very nice example and very brief example. People would definitely understand that, and I would appreciate everyone, all my listeners, all my students, that they should adapt or they should develop that sense of humor that yes, this is a problem, how quick we can find the solution to a problem, right? So what we did, we studied that what is the best way to kill a virus. So talking only about the COVID for next 2 or 3 minutes, we understood that yes, in our ancient time also we understood, we always read that to drink water in copper utensils, to use more and more copper in our day-to-day life. Why we used to do that? The only reason behind that, or the only belief or the scientific fact behind that is copper is the only substance or a metal which kills any kind of virus or bacteria in a very short time. When we talk about the short time, it may be in 1 minute and maximum up to 2 hours. So that's the reason I remember my grandparents or even my parents always used to tell me that you should always put a water in a copper glass or a jug or any utensil and have it in the morning. Why? What is the reason behind that? The only reason behind that is the purest form of water you can intake in the morning, right? So we studied that and we find the solution that any door handles or a lift buttons or a railings, we cannot replace everything. How to cover them with a copper? Right. So we found a product that is called copper laminated film, and we placed that all over, right? Where we have the office, in a lot of corporates, we have installed that that very particular copper film, so that at least we can cover this all these highly touchable surfaces into copper rather than replacing them. So this is a very good example to find a solution to a real problem, right? Now, I will take it forward to your personal interest. Right? This was an example of finding a solution to a problem. Then, when we talk about the interest, there can be multiple different examples, and that goes 100% on one-to-one basis, right? When we talk about being an entrepreneur, first of all, most important thing is a real passion of an individual. When we talk about real passion of an individual means what I'm interested in, what X is interested in, what Y is interested in, right? So when I talk about myself, I was always interested in doing something which not only gives me some benefits, but also gives a benefit to the society. So I thought jumping on from a banking background to a recycling business, I thought of coming into a recycling business, whereas in I can get rid, I can help the society, I can help the environment to be more cleaner by supporting the recycling industry to recycle the garbage. It doesn't mean only the household garbage, be it anything, be it, and most important, a very important fact behind that is to reserve the natural resources, right? More and more when we do more and more mining, that is also a disturbance to a natural resource. So if we focus on more of recycling, that reserves the natural resources. Same way, every individual should first focus on their target, right? That is very important. Why people are not being, there are a lot of people, those who are working for different companies. Why the turning point of entrepreneur is below 0.6%? The reason behind that is people, or I would say the students are not been able to identify what they want to do. If they can do something for others, why not they can do it for themselves? Which is not very difficult. It is only to think 3 steps ahead where they are at the moment. That's all, right? So be focused. Try to find the real solution to a problem or to take your passion ahead. Right. So we have seen, I have a lot of examples. We take an example of Oyo Rooms. We take an example of Flipkart. We take an example of Urban Clap. We take an example of a lot of different startups, Uber, Ola, Big Basket. What they have done, they have found a solution to make the life easy, right? Or to do something more innovative. That's all. The environment, when we talk about the entire ecosystem today, right? The entire ecosystem is 100% focused on how to make life more easier or better or to make a real values to the life, right? when we talk about the values, that doesn't only mean that brings a solution to a problem. A lot of companies are working on drones, on robots. They're not they're not getting any real values, but yes, they are getting something, a tinge of some importance in the life, right? I was reading an article day before yesterday. There's a company in UK. They formed a new robot that follows you with your luggage, right? What it is not solving any problem, but yes, that is providing a value to your life. That yes, you can you don't have to touch your luggage. It will follow you of your own. I'm sorry, somebody called me in between. So that brings a value to your life. Right? So when we talk, any entrepreneur talks only about the solution, it is just impossible to find solution to every and each problem and finding a different solution to a same problem. Right? So we should be more focused that if a particular problem already have a solution. If I take an example of Flipkart, Amazon, Big Basket, what they are providing, they are getting home deliveries, right, of each and every product sitting at home. Then what a value proposition brought by Swiggy, right? What a value proposition brought in by delivery. There's a company called Delivery. Then there is a one more company called Deliveroo. There are a lot of companies, Uber Eats. What they have brought, all the restaurants were already delivering food at your doorstep, right? Lot of there are already all the supermarkets were already delivering all the food stuff at your doorstep. What so why these companies created their space in the market? Because they brought more values. How they brought values? They 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 cut down the delivery time. I will take an example. So there was a supermarket wherever nearby your house that would, if you call them, they would deliver, probably they would deliver half of the products, number one, or they would deliver in 2 days, 3 days. It was happening. But if you want a complete bunch of products at the same time, there entered a company called Big Basket. They don't have their supermarkets. What they do, they have found a value to one's life that, okay, we have a list of products, no matter we buy it from one supermarket or 20 supermarkets, but a consumer will get every and each product, right? That brought the values. The solution to a problem was already there, right? What was the solution? That you get everything sitting at home. Value has been bought by them is that you get every and each thing. You name it, they have it. It was a very right saying by Mr. Bezos, right? Who is the Bezos? He is the founder of Amazon. That their slogan when they started, when they opened their first supermart in America was, "You name it, we have it." It goes beautiful that you name anything in the world, they have the sources to deliver that at your doorstep, which is beautiful thing. So that is something which brings values, right, to your life. So this is very important for every and each person, every and each student, that if they want to be an entrepreneur, either they find a solution or bring values to it. Until you do that, I would say it is again you are back on the same thing. What is that? That you are doing the Lalaji ki company, right? 20,000 people are doing one thing and you are doing the same thing. So you are not doing anything important. You are not doing anything innovative. What we did, recycling was already happening in India, but there was always a short of fiber. What we did, we connected the recyclers from across the world directly to the recyclers in India. What values that particular proposition built in was the cheap product and the right product and the more products. Right? There were three value propositions in that. That there are more products which can be recycled. Number one. Number two was the right product is been delivered to the right person, that yes, they can recycle that. Number three, the the cost efficient. The customers or the recyclers were able to reduce their cost more than 10 to 15%. That makes a huge difference. So that is very important to bring that values. So every individual, every entrepreneur need to identify that. That is more important, right? So I believe I'm able to bring that right uh, information or a motivation factor, that how and what are the most important things which an student or an future entrepreneur should have in their thought process, that how to be an entrepreneur. Yes, I really support all the students to be an entrepreneur before being working for another company. Yes, this is what that was in my mind. If I can make a money for someone else, why not I can make money for myself, right? And that passion should is most important. We started from one container. My first year, 2009, my entire turnover was 9 lakh rupees in 1 year in 2009. And today we have a turnover of over 700 crores, right? How it happened? We were only focused. We never got diverted. We already, till now, we are keep working on the same thing again and again. That how we can create more value propositions for our customers. That is the ultimate objective, and that should be focused by everyone, all our students, all our future entrepreneurs. Yes, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Amit, for giving a
Yes.
wonderful idea to our students. And if I take your that idea ahead, that you can develop your business to help the society, but ultimately what we teach in marketing, that the ultimate goal for any entrepreneur is to generate profits. And you also said the same thing, where we are getting lot of questions on YouTube, and we have lot of young students who are aspiring to be either to be entrepreneur, or they want to work for other companies so that they can develop their businesses. So I will just would collaborate 2-3 questions together, and I am just giving you the idea so that you can throw some light on the ideas for the our listeners. That you very well said that, okay, and we all know that entrepreneurship is a risk-taking business, and due to this COVID-19, lots of startups are closing down. So how they can be revived? The first question is that the startups which are closing down due to COVID-19, and they are not having any expectations that how they will be able to revive maybe in 2020 or maybe beyond that. So what can be the strategy for them? And the second question what we are getting is that uh, those who want to start their new startups. So already with this notion in mind, there is a perceived risk among the students as well as the teachers or any other customer or consumer, that this entrepreneurship is a risk-taking in business. So if the risk factor is involved so much, then why not to work for others instead of starting their own business? So if you can have, because you rightly said that if you want to make money, why not to make for yourself, why for others? But how we can mitigate the factor of that risk, which is very very high, and that is perceived risk. So if you can give some idea that how can we
Yes, sure.
do with that?
Yes, that is very, very important. See, there are always a force measures in our life. And this particular situation, when we talk about the COVID, it's something very, very, very uncertain. To be honest, I should be very honest with everyone over here. Even we were not mentally prepared for that. Not only mentally, but every businessman, every entrepreneur always take some precautions for the worst measures, right? This COVID issue is something for which no one, when I talk about no one, means no one was mentally prepared, and no one had that a special risk taking capacities, or it is not the risk to handle such kind of situation, that backup or a bucket of something, some ideas or a money or whatever we call it, to handle such kind of situation. It happened. It taught us a lot of things. I would say I learned a lot of things in this COVID-19 issue. Yes, I heard there are a lot of startups which are in real big pain, but there is nothing to worry because nothing is permanent in this world. Important is if you are confident, if you are sure about your product, if you are sure about your business, if you are sure that yes, you are bringing that particular value proposition to one's life, if you are sure about solving the real problem, there is nothing to worry. Yes, there is a crisis in the market, there's a crisis of funds, there are crises of demand, there's a crisis of availability, but it will not last long, right? So important is to be focused. Yes, it is very important to curtail your expenses. It is very important to curtail all your big business plan into a very designated, focused business opportunities. That is very important. Until you do that, everyone, be it anyone in the world, be it biggest businesses in the world, would have a certain problems. Leaving a big two, three, four companies aside, if you talk about now, if I talk about the automobile sector, they're big companies, highly funded, with big, they're highly capitalized, but still they are having a problems. So problems are there for everyone, but that doesn't mean these companies would run away from their businesses. Same thing goes with the startups which recently been started. If they believe that yes, they are bringing that value or solving the problem, there is nothing to worry. Yeah, this is a hard time. This will pass. Be focused. Be committed to yourself. Be committed to your work. Be committed to your business, and things will turn back. Even Mr. Sharma asked me, Dr. Sharma just asked me one thing, that if you make money for others, yes, I said, if you can make money for others, why not for yourself? But in these crises, what is happening? Hope everyone is well aware that there are a lot of people, those who are losing jobs across the globe, be it India, be it America, be it any part of the world, right? I don't want to name any particular country, but this is a fact which is everywhere, right? Risk is everywhere. Risk is in your business, risk is also in the job. So it is more important to understand how you are confident about your product, but still the real entrepreneur will always be an entrepreneur. That is very, very important to understand. Be focused, things will turn up good, and everything is going to bounce back in near future. I believe this is a hard time which should pass away in next couple of months. It shouldn't take much, for sure.
Thank you, sir, for
Yes, Dr. Sharma.
giving a good deliberation on the issues raised by our learned participants. And
Hello, Dr. Sharma. I can't hear you. Dr. Sharma, I can't hear you. Hello. Hello. Hello.
hello, hello, hello. These are the technical hitches we have to deal with all continuously since morning. So I think, Amit, you are there? Mr. Amit? I think there was a technical problem, and yeah. Welcome back, sir. There was a technical glitch, I think. So due
No
to
problem.
which we were disconnected. So I was
Mhm.
just trying to pose a query raised by our one of learned participant, who said that there are number of giants as well as the startups in the area of agriculture and food. So if someone, say for example, from rural background, they want to start up in the area of these food products. So what can be the real food products in which they can start their own business, and what can be the mode and the process? And the second question in the same thing specific, which is very, very specific in nature, that in today's world, everyone would like to be, to look smart. And to look smart, definitely the young generation, they look towards the gyms that vary the gym in your nearby, whether it is in your society or maybe in nearby areas. So they go and join the gymnasiums, maybe for monthly basis or maybe in casual mode. So due to this COVID-19, where we are not going to touch any things which are made of steel or so like these things, so that can be a very, very dangerous business. So what would be the idea for this type of thinkers, those who are trying to set up their business in that, or already those who are having their business is being set down. So if you have any idea about that,
Brilliant.
please deliberate.
Yes. So, Dr. Sharma, first I would appreciate whoever asked me this question about the food. This is a subject which I am already studying, right? So, food is something in which the recession can never hit. We should understand that, right? I would name few companies, those who have done a beautiful job in. So, whoever listening me, please Google or search about the company called Beyond Meats. We call it Beyond Meats. So, this is a company, those who are those who have found a real-time taste of a meat in a options. These are the meat flavors in a plant-based substitutes. So why I have focused so much on that? Because somebody applied their mind. Somebody has thought about how to be more innovative in the food industry, right? We Fortunately, I don't know it is coincident or what, but fortunately, if I talk about me, my company, we have also recently entered into a food business, whereas we have recently established a big rice mill, and we are going to market our rice and various products, our own food brands with name of knamfoods.com, and there are a lot of products they are coming in next couple of years. Why? We have understood in this recession, or you can say in a difficult time, that food industry is something which is not going to be hurt ever. So now I would take an example of Beyond Meats. What they did, if I'm a vegetarian, suppose I know the taste of a meat. I was a non. I used to have meats, be it chicken, a lot of different red meats or what. But I turned into a vegetarian. But I still love that flavor of meat. So, for people like me, Beyond Meats have introduced a vegetarian meat. It is not a meat, it is a plant-based product that gives a flavor of meat, and it is 100% vegetarian. So, such kind of innovative ideas, such kind of innovations will be high, very, very high in demand, right? So, getting into a food business, yes, that can be a real time, a real demand in the market. That doesn't only mean that you find a substitute of anything, it can be in a various, right? You take an example of various companies, those who are selling only the biryani, right? I know couple of them, I heard couple of Burj Biryani, or there are a couple of companies recently, they are highly been funded. What they have found, they don't sell anything else, they just sell the biryani. But if you buy biryani by kilo, I know one name, there are a couple of more companies. What they have done, they have focused only on one product called biryanis, and there are various range of biryanis, and they are doing the home delivery. So anything, again, everything, it is, when we talk about entrepreneurship, it is just like a circle, it is just like a earth, right? It's like a ball, there is no end. Whenever you talk about anything, it revolves and you come to the square one, right? Why it happens? Because it is all about the focus. you find something, a tench, which brings the values. I will take an example of MTR, right? Everyone knows MTR, ready to eat food, and they have a lot of options. They have ready to eat all kind of vegetables, dals, cereals, everything. What do you put? You put their bag in a hot water, and that is ready. After MTR, there are a lot of different companies, be it Haldiram, a lot of Godrej, a lot of companies jumped into same business because they created a product and the demand came in out. Automatically, a lot of companies jumped into same business opportunities. Same way, it is important that where you are focused. I know there are a couple of companies, those who are chai. I will take an example of Chayos. What did Chayos do? Right? Chayos, they formed a different varieties, different big range of chai. Everyone loves chai in India, right? And they are so popular in India now. Okay? Tea point, again the same. So it is just about how focused you are and what you're gonna do. Food industry, even I have a big bet that food industry has a lot of space, a lot of vacuum. There are at least more than 500 more startups which can grab this space in these food industry. Important is to find the right product and to target the right audience. That's all. Now, second thing, Mr. Sharma, Dr. Sharma just asked me. One was the food industry. And Dr. Sharma, can you please repeat what was the second thing you asked me about?
That second was about the fitness business, like gymnasium
Yes,
and all.
yes, fitness business. I would take an example of CureFit, right? I follow a couple of websites. CureFit, they teaches you a lot of different exercises online, right? So fitness business is something which is very, very personal. If I like to be a fit and it goes, and I can have different choices. I can have a choice to go a gym every day, do an exercise for a couple of hours, and that gives me a relaxation and a mental relaxations too, right? But in this period, what I did, I can online fitness. Lot of, I'm not advertising any company. I'm just giving you an example so that every one of these companies, what they did, they came up with a beautiful, different ideas that big stars are giving their how to be fit, how to do exercise. There are different sessions, lessons that can be performed at home without visiting a gymnasium or any fitness center, right? So it is very, very personal choice for everyone. There are different and fitness. When we talk about the fitness, it is not about only about the physical fitness. It can be a mental fitness also, right? There are different headspace. I really follow. If I talk about myself, I follow two of the applications. One CureFit for my physical activity, and Headspace for my mental fitness. But yes, if someone comes up with a uh, real time solution or a real time product that solves both the products, both sorry, not products. I'm sorry for that. Both the problems at the same point. CureFit also teaches how to do a meditation, but that doesn't find a very big, that doesn't fetches my interest to follow meditation on CureFit, right? I want something. Example. I'm just giving an example. If someone is able to find the real solution to that, that I want to spend just 30 minutes both for mental and physical fitness. If someone can come with a really good idea that how both the targets can be achieved within 30 minutes, that can hit the market. I'm not sure about anyone else, but because why I'm saying that, because everyone has a short of time. Though people have a lot of time, but still, when it comes to a personal development, when it comes to a personal fitness, people believe that we are too busy whole day to spend time on anything else. So anything which comes up with shortage of time, small period of time to be spent for the personal development, personal fitness, mental fitness with the better results should definitely work on it. Yes, and fitness is something, again, I would repeat, is very personal. So this is not my subject, but yes, I can only give an input. It can be a good business opportunity, but it has to be focused big time by an entrepreneur or future students, those who can come up with something new. But yes, there can be something, some new things which can be developed, new equipments can be developed, new applications can be developed in this space too. Yes, Dr. Sharma. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Dr. Sharma.
Yeah,
Sorry.
thank you, Mr. Amit. And now I think
Yes.
you can hear me. Okay.
Yes, I can hear.
Sorry for that. And now I think you have explained everything to our young entrepreneurs, those who wanted to start up their business, maybe in the area of fitness or maybe any other area. But we are getting more questions related to, I'm sure that you must be having your entrepreneur friends in the area of event management, exhibitions, health sectors and all. So we are getting continuously from our participants that if you can elaborate something on the chances of the business in the area of event management, because now we are following the rule of distancing, and definitely the rule of distancing is going to stay maybe for next 2 years, as the experts from the globe, they are just telling us that yes, this is not going to stay for shorter time, rather it is going to stay for years together. So if it is going to stay for years together, what about the entrepreneurs or the aspirants, those who aspire to have their own business in the field of event management, maybe a marriage, maybe a party, maybe anything else, or exhibitions like that. And second thing is that the health sector has become very, very crucial in this during pandemic. So we all know that we are not having a infrastructure which can deal with this type of crisis, at least in our own country, having a huge population. So what can be the startups in the health sector which can uh, avoid these type of problems with our young people, maybe from childhood and all? If you have any idea about this, or maybe out of your wisdom, if you can share something on this issue, na, please.
Yes. Important is, first of all, when we talk about the healthcare, what I have learned in last couple of, if you Google, I had a startup in 2016 called Just Relief. Why we failed in that? See, I have no hesitation of sharing my failures and my why I sharing that. Why? Because only because of lack of education in the people. When we talk about healthcare, I have I have heard myself people not taking the health insurance. This is just an example that, अरे यार, last year तो we didn't claim. Why should we pay the insurance for the next year? People don't understand that if you would have claimed, it would have hurted your own health. You should be happy that you didn't enjoy it or you didn't took. I would say people, those who have taken the insurance claim, they feel that we have enjoyed the insurance claim. It is not the enjoyment, because it is not the loss of the insurance company, it is loss of yours, as that has somewhat deteriorated your health condition. If I have taken a health insurance claim, it means something went wrong with me, be it in any scenario, be it an accident. Accident doesn't mean a road accident, it can be any kind of accident, right? Or it is any kind of mishap with my health. So if I have taken any kind of insurance claim, that means it has affected my health somewhere. but I have seen people not been renewing their health insurance. Why I am giving you an example? When we talk about healthcare, the biggest problem is the real-time education. First of all, it is important to educate every and each person about the health, the importance of health, why people need regular health checkups, why people need regular OPDs with experts, why people need a real time real, to maintain their health. It can be in a various different kind of efforts can be made to maintain a health. Which can bring a real-time education for our villagers, for the rural areas, to make sure that people get educated about their health. There is hell lot of space in that market to educate people about their health and importance of health and how to maintain it. Despite of finding a solution to develop something which will directly affect the health of an individual, it is important to come up with a solution where you can educate people the importance of healthcare system. Until that particular education is provided to every and each individual, I believe there will always be a very big vacuum in usability of all the health resources available in the market. So if this is a real-time society work, so if our entrepreneurs can come up with new ideas, how they can convince people to think about their health, to educate about their health, that should definitely bring a big change in improving our healthcare system. And yes, that can also create a lot of monetary benefit. When I talk about monetary benefit, it means that people can really make a real-time money out of it. Important is to focus on education about healthcare. Then the same startup or same business idea can be formulated or can be taken forward to provide the solution to provide the better healthcare system. Yes, Dr. Sharma.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And very well said that before I was also having some idea that you started. Hello, I think there is disturbance. Okay.
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
I was
I can
having
hear
some
you.
idea that you started one company that is just relief, and I think this
Yes.
is your openness and your humbleness that you accept that yes, it was a failure, and a failure is a part of our success. Every failure,
Yes.
every success starts from failures, and that is I think the first quality of an entrepreneur. Entrepreneur, those who accept the failures, definitely they go high in the career. And so thank you for accepting your failures and making our audience aware that yes, failures doesn't stop you thinking beyond, and doesn't stop you getting success in your career, maybe in academics, maybe business, maybe anywhere else. So definitely when we are taking any insurance, maybe for bottoming insurance, maybe for any personal insurance or medical insurance, definitely if we are not claiming that, we should be happy. But it is a human nature that, as you told, discuss that if I have not claimed that, why I should pay next year the installment. It's just like that. Rather, we should be happy that if I have taken some cover, and if I have not claimed anything, that means there was no risk, because I would like to inform our listeners that we are trying to connect back our expert. As soon as we get back to him, definitely we are having more questions, queries posed by you. We'll try to get some input from our expert. So, meantime, I would like to apprise you that tomorrow again we are starting sharp at 9, and we have 3 to 4 international speakers from National Technological University Singapore, then talking about the sociology of rural areas, that how this sociology has changed during pandemic and all. And if we are not connected with the expert back, then definitely we'll be winding the session for today. It was wonderful having you all on board. So I think we are having some technical problem, and almost we have done with our session, and our expert has already interacted with him on more issues, like what can be the potential sectors where our young and buddy managers or the entrepreneurs, they can start their business in the form of startups, whether they should go or they should not go. If they have to go, then what are the potential areas? Definitely we would have discussed with our expert, but due to some technical reason we are not able to connect back. So on behalf of St. Institute of Haryana, I thank Mr. Amit Goel for giving some inputs about the entrepreneurship, how the entrepreneurship can be developed, and why we should not afraid of failures, because failures are the first step to success. So when you are in business, definitely with that note, that risk taking is one of the premier characteristics or the trait of an entrepreneur. If you don't have that characteristics, that you can bear the losses, or if you have some idea that idea may go wrong, then definitely one may not be suitable for that or to be an entrepreneur. So by keeping this thought in mind, that if you are a risk taker, if you are an innovator, if you are a creator, if you think out of the box, definitely there is no dearth of businesses. Like Mr. Amit told, that food is such a business which never see any type of recession. Definitely that can be one of the potential areas. The health can be one of the potential areas. The other things, the supply chain can be the potential areas. One of our that listeners posted one question related to organic products. So there is a perception in our mind that yes, organic products are uh, costlier than the traditional products. Obviously, it is true. In the beginning, when you start new things, definitely it is going to be going to incur some extra cost. But if we see the other benefits of those products, then definitely our perception will get changed. And if more and more people involve in organic products, then definitely the perception of our users or the consumers will also change. And the day may not be far away that we will be using all the organic products, maybe food products or maybe any other product. So with this note that yes, today it was a new day for us. We have learned many things starting from the morning and till time. We have listened to number of experts. They have deliberated on number of areas, number of issues, maybe the potential issues, maybe the prospective issues, or maybe any other issues. And we are sure, the State University of Haryana is sure that with this, on this platform, we have somehow succeeded in developing some knowledge which can be useful not only for the budding managers, it may be useful for the teachers, maybe within the university or maybe outside the university, the entrepreneur or any other person who has joined us, or they may be listening the recording on YouTube or any other channel. So with this note, we, Central University of Haryana, especially the Department of Management Studies, thank each and everyone, starting from Mr. Amit Goyal for his deliberations and all other listeners from all over the country. You have been a wonderful listener. You have been posing a number of queries and questions. We have tried to answer some out of that. Definitely we'll be taking some more. And that's all for the day. And tomorrow sharp at 9, again we are meeting more ideas and more experts from all over the world. Thank you. Good day. Take care.